digitization and digitalization, evolving government services.
A very warm welcome to you. Welcome to day 2 of GovTech 2022. It is such an excitement to see everybody here today after a night that was last night. Those of you who came to the award ceremony and the gala dinner can attest to the fact that a great deal of fun, of much festivity and celebration was had. And so we were quite skeptical that people would be up this morning. So we are very happy and delighted to see everybody here and quite excited about the day. I think when it comes to these kind of events, when it's day 2, there is sometimes the tendency to sort of wind things down or perhaps start to take things a little bit slowly. But on the contrary, this is the time where we should double up on the network potential, double up on the impact, double up on the connections, making sure that we carpe diem. Hey, we gather the rosebuds while we may, and we try and do as much as possible to make those connections before we wrap things up. So I think we're quite excited about the day that we have in store. As opposed to winding things down, we're getting ready to rev it up a little bit, as it were, and make sure that we jam-pack this next session with information, with potential for you to make those connections, to network, and to indeed scale up the operation. So it promises to be quite an informative session. I certainly look forward to it. I trust that you do too. I'm going to give you just a brief synopsis of what you can expect so you can plan your day accordingly. We are looking forward to our sponsors' technical sessions. We'll be hearing from Vodacom, Huawei, Centec, as well as MTN. And then a little bit later, we'll get a presentation about digitization and digitalization. And I say that nice and slowly because it can be a bit of a tongue twister, but that's what we're going to turn our attention to. And thereafter, a roundtable on the topic of artificial intelligence and asking the question, are African governments ready? So that is the big question that we'll be focusing on, as well as upskilling digital skills and the future of work in Africa. That is our second roundtable. We'll take a brief tea break thereafter. You can run and get some tea, coffee, perhaps make your way to the restroom if you need to. We'll have a panel discussion thereafter on the topic of industrial development and ICT in Africa, taking a look at the opportunities, the challenges, and of course, the way forward. We'll also receive an oral presentation on the path to success, sort of getting a blueprint of where we would like to go and how we're going to track that journey, what our current trajectory is, and what we do to make sure that it is in the direction that we desire it to be. We'll have our lunch break, and then we'll introduce to you the first and the second track of our parallel track sessions. So I think, yes, you can attest to the fact that there's quite enthusiasm in the room. There's definitely an opportunity for us to get more information, and I think that's something that we are all here for. I'm going to quickly remind you of the words of the philosopher Aristotle, who said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. And I'm a firm believer that technology or innovation or any sort of development that is devoid of a potential to positively impact society is vanity. And so it gives me great pleasure that today we're taking a look at innovation within the African content and the context thereof, and saying, are we ready as a continent? What do we need in terms of our ability to be ready and competitive as well? But more importantly, what can we offer the world? So as opposed to going around with a begging bowl and saying we need, we should also take a look at what can we give, how can we help shape discourse, and how can we change the narrative to build a better world. It's quite exciting, as you can hear and as you can understand. And so let me not waste much time at all. Let us go straight to our sponsors technical session. I'm going to call upon Mr. Siseko Mni from Vodacom just to familiarize you with Mr. Mni. He is a principal specialist at the IoT, or the Internet of Things, 15 plus years experience in solution design, software development, work experiences both in the public sector and the private sector, including CETA. He's passionate about digitization, automation, and the Internet of Things. He's customer obsessed, which is music to my ears, and of course, very solutions driven. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a resounding round of applause for Mr. Siseko Mni.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little bit of a slow one. I'm going to try and get it all exciting, get everybody up and running. It was a little bit of an interesting yesterday. So I'm going to try and be very, very quick. So as I said, my name is Sisaka from Vodacom. We do Internet of Things. So maybe just before I start, put it into context. Vodacom, you know it as a company that sells cell phones and SIM cards. We try, if you're not going to reinvent yourself these days, you're probably going to die very soon. So to put it into context, how does Vodacom fit into IoT? Well, we've reinvented ourselves. We unlearn and relearn new technologies, and we make sure we partner with the best. So if you look at the slide, you'll see that currently, if you talk to us, we'll talk to you about fixed and mobile. We're making sure we're connecting you wherever you are. We're also doing SMME platforms to make sure that our SMMEs are able to talk to some of the solutions that we do, and we also use them to integrate and deploy some of our solutions. We're in the gigabyte infrastructure. We partner with the best of breeds, and I'm happy to see some of our partners are here as well. We'll be on stage talking about how we bring everything to the cloud and not making it rain, though, making sure that your data is secured. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about IoT today, just to say how do you see Vodacom, or how do we see ourselves in the Internet of Things space? And also, we've got financial services, VodaPay, you might have heard about it. It's something that we passionate about and making sure that we play into that space. The idea really is to say we've created ourselves as a wholesaler. We've got footprint around Africa. For some of you who have footprint outside, we are able to talk to. So I'm talking to you about IoT. We see ourselves at the center of the revolution, the 4IR, maybe 5IR as we go through now. We are all about digitizing, automating, and connecting. The idea really is to say within the public sector in South Africa, we don't see why the sector shouldn't be exactly at where some of the private sector entities are. We've got systems, we've got technology that allows you to be able to integrate in some of the difficult systems that are out there. And as IoT, we say we are the center of it all. We're all about product development. So we co-create with you. We don't come and we drop the box. We want to make sure that whatever it is that you do, we help you co-create so that the solution talks to your pain points, right? So we want to digitize, connect, and automate the public sector. And we've got a huge footprint about it as we speak. So in a very short period of time, I need to frame it such that you understand how do we fit in. So if you look at the screen, we are able to talk to a number of devices. You know, in the olden days, they used to call them dumb devices. Today, there is no dumb device. That device that is connected somewhere is receiving and pushing out data. And through our platforms, we are able to integrate into those, whether you're talking about number plate recognition, whether you're talking about monitoring a room, people counting, and we've done a lot of this during COVID. We were able to know how many people are in the room so that you automatically switch the aircon, automatically switch the lights, because we can see what's happening there. So the idea of the IoT, within the way we see it, is that we want to be able to automate and connect things within the public sector. Service delivery, in a way, is driven by some of the efficiency of the processes. And we were saying we want to automate those processes so that there's greater efficiency, task delivering a better service delivery. And we are doing this through some of our technologies that are there. So any use case you can think of, we'll make sure that we are able to co-create and make it work for you in a way that makes sense. So what I'm saying is that within the IoT space, we continue to work with some of the public sector entities to deliver cutting-edge IoT solutions that are able to talk to your pain points. We digitize from administrative processes to complex integrations into other systems through our system of our advantage. Quickly, I'm now going to talk to the slide. The idea was really to say, think of any use case. From a Vodacom IoT perspective, we are able to talk to those. Why? We partner with the best of breeds, because there's a lot of people that have done research and development, and they make sure that the solutions are cutting edge. So what we do, we partner, we do our due diligence on those solutions, and we make sure we are able to go to market and digitize, especially the public sector. So whether you're talking about workforce automation, digitizing administrative processes of government, I'm talking about starting from a simple thing as a memo, we are able to digitize that. Gone are the days where most of our senior executives needs to have two bags, right? One bag is for all the memos that are coming to your office. You have absolutely no idea what's been submitted, and we are able to talk to those. In the current scenario, you find a lot of security breaches are happening through the endpoint device. We spend a lot of time protecting the infrastructure, the network, but the actual threat into your organizations mostly is your cell phone, is your mobile device, is your laptop. We do a lot of things on our cell phones today. So we try and protect the endpoint device through our innovative solutions. We are able to remotely lock a device, remove the company or enterprise data on that particular device, some of the solutions we have. So we are digitizing what used to be seen as a very manual processing way of doing things within the public sector through Internet of Things. And we're saying to you today, think of a use case, let's help you co-create, and we give you that solution in the best way possible. You would ask me, how are we able to do all of this? How do we talk to dumb devices, as they used to be called? Part of our family, we've got the likes of Mezzanine, IoT.next, and IoT.next, as you know, maybe some of you, is one of the companies in the forefront of edge technology. So through our Raptor, which is a platform that allows us to be able to connect, integrate, and pull data from basically any device, it allows us to be able to create, pull the data, orchestrate, and give you a single pane report.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, before I begin, I'd like to congratulate CETA on hosting such a wonderful event. I think we can all attest that it's good to be out in these kind of numbers and physically interacting with each other on a platform like this. So CETA, well done. Based on the numbers, well, I'm sure today is not a good representation of the numbers, but certainly yesterday was a good representation of the numbers. So congratulations, CETA, on hosting such a fantastic event. I think we can give them a round of applause. Then second, I'd like to actually congratulate my colleagues at Microsoft for winning the Biggest Stand Award. I'm sure you saw the monstrosity there outside. I think Centec, Vodacom, and MTN, we're going to have to fight for second best here. We'll take that offline. And then, yeah, thirdly, guys, a warm welcome to everybody, and I'd like to extend my personal gratitude for making it out here this morning. They normally talk about the graveyard shift being the afternoon shift, but in GovTech, the graveyard shift is actually day number 2, because on day number 1, on the evening, there's a whole lot of functions, a whole lot of big corporates hosting big functions. So thank you very much for making it out this morning. I'd like to give yourself a round of applause. Now, guys, I'm going to fly through my presentation just like my colleague did before me. And the reason being is we're not trying to get off the stage as soon as possible, but we are given very limited time. If we had to tell you how much time we're actually given, you'd actually fall off your chairs. So that's why, so forgive us if we do seem to be trying to rush this thing. We're not trying to get out of here as soon as possible. But by my way of introduction, guys, my name is Sandisiwe Sobahle. I'm the Business Development Executive at Huawei Cloud. As you can see that or hear that, our titles change all the time, and I think it's so that we can be relatable and build some form of credibility that we know what we're doing, and what we're saying up on the stage. But my aim is to try link what we do and how we do, and share with you our strategy and how we believe that we can add value to the South African citizen. So my theme, or rather the context of my presentation, is going to be, what are we doing at Huawei Cloud to add value to the South African citizen? And before we do that, I'm going to call out 3 stakeholders for today. I know there's plenty of stakeholders at the conference, but I'm going to highlight just the three stakeholders: government, CETA, and GovTech. Now, if you look at those three stakeholders, all three of them share a similar mandate. They have a shared mandate, and that mandate is to delivering services to the South African citizen. Government certainly so. Cyril Ramaphosa mentioned last year the State of National Address that infrastructure rollout is key to driving economic growth and to better the lives of South African. Granted, his definition of infrastructure is slightly different to what our CT definition is, but the mandate is still the same: to better the lives of South African citizens. CETA and GovTech providing a platform such as this for public sector and private sector to engage, share experiences, find solutions to better the lives of South African citizens. So I'm certainly going to try to do that. Bear with me, because they don't normally give me clickers, so I'm going to see if I can work this thing. No. Ooh, I'm gonna need some help here. Here we go. I just wanted to see you walk up here. So, guys, this year we ourselves launched a strategy. So, just as Cyril launched or talked about the State of National Address and talked about some of the key priorities, the beginning of this year we launched a strategy of everything as a service. I know the goal the strategy might seem a little airy-fairy, a bit hairy and audacious, and possibly unachievable or open-ended, but I'll do my best to unpack it with you this morning to show you how we plan to achieving that. So we're gonna focus on three pillars. The one, which is the core ICT services, that's core to Huawei, which is providing infrastructure. So combining our data centers, our global cloud platforms, as well as the connectivity. That is the traditional services, and that's what's been core to us for the past 30 years. However, what we've decided to do is also just to have an open-minded approach on how we deliver these services and all the services that we build on top of that. So we look at how we can look at different models of how our consumers, our partners can consume technology, the technology that we build and deliver. And then lastly, how do we add the 30 years of experience within specific verticals, and how do we partner with our partner ecosystem in delivering what we call expertise as a service. So those are the three kind of key pillars, all underpinned by our aggressive investment in R&D. All right, so from an infrastructure as a service perspective, like I said, this is something that has been doing, it's been the traditional and core ICT services for Huawei, and more specifically, Huawei Cloud. So on our left here, we've got our global capabilities. So over 27 regions, we're in over 27 regions with over 65 availability zones, et cetera, et cetera. So globally, we've got the infrastructure out there. But more relevant is to what are we doing in South Africa? What are we doing in Africa? What are we doing in South Africa? And that's on the right-hand side, kind of, we'll talk to that. So at the moment, we currently have 2 data centers, 2 cloud platforms in Johannesburg. That's what we call availability zones. So it's 2 availability zones, with the third one to be launched sometime during the year. It's a well-kept secret as to where that will be, but we do know that it will also be in Johannesburg, obviously with the plan on rolling out more availability zones as and when required. All in Tier 3 data centers, that's for scalers, but all one theme of how does this benefit the end user? How does it benefit South Africans, bringing the latency down to within the South data centers to less than 40 millimeters per second. To Nigeria and the likes of Kenya, we bring that down to less than 70 milliseconds round trip. Technology as a service, now we're moving up the technology stack, and we're moving away from, or not necessarily moving away entirely from the infrastructure as a service, because when we talk about technology as a service, the core infrastructure is still the underlying platform that helps us deliver. There's innovative methods of serving, of allowing our customers to consume technology. So we've got the cloud native infrastructure that underpins everything that we do. Then what we do is by rethinking and how we deliver those services that sit at the infrastructure. We look at 4 different pipelines. We look at content, software development, AI development, look at digital content, and then looking at wrapping that around with a strong and robust data governance structure. And thereby empowering, looking at more, instead of empowering more the infrastructure managers, now we're starting to look at empowering more the software developers, allowing them to develop in a more agile manner softwares and application, allowing them to move from traditional methods of delivering applications to the more modern methods of delivering applications. So once again, moving up up the technology stack. And then the third one, which is you're probably wondering how the hell are we going to deliver this expertise as a service? Here, this is more on the softer side of things. This is more on how do we partner with partners such as themselves that are in this conference, partners that have stands outside, local and international. So we look at building up that partnership ecosystem. We leverage the 30 plus years of ICT experience in certain industries, so finance, education, logistics, security, and so on. Look for partners in that area, and we bring them onto our ecosystem. And then we combine that with our internal capabilities from a cloud side, working with the cloud ecosystem, working with some of the cloud providers that are out there that you see that have stands, and bringing that together. And that's how we aim on delivering on what we call enterprise as a service. So expertise as a service, I beg your pardon. So ladies and gentlemen, dear, like I said, I was going to try kind of stick with the theme of how Huawei, and more specifically Huawei Cloud, aims on executing on its strategy on delivering and adding value to the South African citizen. And I don't know if, I hope that I've managed to do that. And if I have not, like I mentioned, I think we've got the second biggest stand outside there. So I do invite you to come join one of our expertise, and then we can unpack for you some of the topics that I spoke about. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And I think during our tea break, some of us will be going out with our tape measures to go and check exactly who is getting second position, the second biggest stand out there. You're welcome to join me in that adjudication process, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your contribution, Mr. Sobatle, much appreciated. I think we can all attest to the fact that, you know, the only constant in life is change. Perhaps apart from taxes, but the change is inevitable, and we all need to either adapt or quite literally we die if we don't find ways of continuing to grow. Steve Jobs put it this way. He says, innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity and not a threat. So hearing about Huawei's modernization programs, hearing about the solutions that you have is quite encouraging, because indeed we see that change is happening and that you are responding quite adequately to that. Thank you very much once more. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to hear now from our sponsor technical session. We're going to be hearing from Sentech. Mr. Kopano Tage will be joining us to bring you up to speed with Mr. Tage and his expertise. He has over 18 years experience in the ICT field, covering both the telecommunications, media, as well as the entertainment sectors. His previous role includes stimulating the growth of data technologies at Vodacom, ensuring the launch of Virgin Mobile South Africa as the first mobile virtual network operator by leading the network technologies for successful service. Before joining Sentech, Kopano was developing growth markets for Nokia Networks, responsible for business development in the sub-Saharan region as well. His current focus is on content and multimedia, as well as managing infrastructure services portfolio, ensuring Sentech customers reach their audience effectively. Last but not least, he holds a BSc in computer science from the University of Cape Town and an MBA from the University of Pretoria. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Tage.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to see that we've all made it out of the gala dinner last night. It was quite eventful. As introduced, my name is Kopano Tache. I'm currently Chief Marketing and Sales at Centec, and I'm here to tell you about the impact that Centec strives to do to our communities and the South African citizens at large. I'll take you through quickly about who we are, then we can talk about the business offerings that we have and the service breakdown that we normally do. So if you try and think about Centec, imagine if every household had an IP address. Imagine how much the addressable market in terms of, privatized as well as configured messaging that you can address each and every household. Imagine that, somebody sitting at home and, while having their IP address, you're able to direct messaging to the household, and whoever is sitting there looking at whatever information they receive can tell them about whether to go pick up their documents from Home Affairs or receive any e-government services. So with addressable household, imagine now if inside your household there's a screen that then interprets the digital information into a graphical set or, as you can see, content that you can then make legible and has graphical representation. That, ladies and gentlemen, at Centec, the latter part of trying to have screens in each home is what we've been working on. And what that provides you is that the digital inclusion becomes much more attainable, because what we've been doing at Centec in the previous, since we've built digital networks, is to make sure that each household can receive digital content through the digital migration, television, and the second part is now trying to get each household connected so that they can then receive the digital information from the area that they provide. As the CEO said in the yesterday, that we have been able to successfully deliver most critical information to your household, including consumers being aware that when load shedding is happening, what time is that, as well as the famous family meetings that we've had. And some of us know how it feels like to be told that something will not be available with immediate effect. So that information was quite helpful that you didn't have down to go and find out yourself. So as Centec, I'll just touch about who we are. We are a state-owned entity, a Schedule 3B, where we have a license, an ECNS license and an ENS license. That enables us to be able to build digital infrastructure that enable our customers to communicate with their audiences and also be able to deliver customized messages to their receivers at large. We also a Schedule 1 BEE in tandem. What our strategic goals have been is obviously in support of our shareholder. We've been trying to spearhead the launch of a South African digital communication satellite. What we also been continuing to provide to our customers is the ability that they can reach their consumers anywhere in any environment. We strive to build a digital society, a Centec, in which that we are trying to enable and close the digital divide in enabling our consumers to be able to be skilled in that regard. We also have a service offering, colleagues, where we have 5 business domains. The first pillar looking at our DTH content and multimedia offering. Within this offering, this is where we are enabling our customers, mainly broadcasters or content producers, to be able to reach their audiences through our digital terrestrial platforms, as well as OTT services. We are also enabling Centec applications, where we can enable some of our audiences to stream. Actually, one of the services that we did in the GovTech 2019, we enabled a streaming online service so that audiences that were not able to attend physically will also be able to receive it from home. We also have a pillar that provides tower management. As you're aware, some of these beautiful infrastructure towers that are across the country, Centec has strategically have positioned high towers that enable reach and coverage. especially where areas that we need to reach within the communities that are not reachable, especially the rural and much more remote. We're able to deliver television content to that. What another portfolio we have within our towers is enabling our customers, ISPs and vehicle trackers, to be able to use those high sites from a co-location site sharing perspective, that they're able then to maneuver without having to rebuild. We also holding the largest satellite teleport within the South African, the Pan-African environment, where we have about 7 transponders that we enable in both content delivery from a free-to-air perspective, as well as connectivity in those environments. Broadband is one of our key focus areas, as we would like to enable, in terms of the objective of the country, that every household be connected. And this is the first part that I told about, that we have delivered now the screens in the household that people are able to receive content on television. Now what we need to be able to do is to get each citizen connected, and that they're able, then we can have a return path, and we can have a connectivity that enables anybody, whether within urban, rural, or township, or even formal settlement, is able then to receive the much needed content in developing their own. We're also looking into data center infrastructure, as we have noted that towards edge computing is quite important, that to reduce the latency and the load in terms of network infrastructure. We developing one of the biggest a data center within Nasrec with continuous fibering. We're utilizing that, and we have some strategic infrastructures across the country that we can enable a data center offloading as well as edge computing in that regard. With that, I will try and take you through a quick video of how Centec is connecting smart communities. As one of our objectives is to enable delivery of content through digital infrastructure that we've developed for South Africans, regardless of whether you are within a suburban area, urban community, and most importantly, being able to get that content within the rural communities.
Rooted in Africa, connecting global communities and keeping you informed. Centec is a made-in-Africa digital infrastructure and content delivery company, providing services on the African continent. As a state interventionist tool, the company is equally committed to its developmental agenda as it is to the provisioning of infrastructure that connects smart communities, people, and devices to deliver content and innovative solutions. Centec has committed itself to being at the forefront of Africa's digital revolution. Through our world-class digital infrastructure, we are connecting rural, peri-urban, and urban communities. We have embraced digital transformation to drive efficiency by concentrating on technological advancement, collaboration, and sustainable solutions. Interactive media services allow Centec to play in the digital media streaming domain by providing over-the-top services for both broadband and broadcasting customers. We also provide broadcast transmission services to all commercial, public, and community broadcasters. Through our broadband infrastructure, we are connecting institutions of learning, health facilities, and government institutions. One example is the use of broadband to provide access to our e-learning platform, Centec Learn, which is a cloud-based solution with features such as live classroom, catch-up lessons, digital books, live events, and video on demand. Our cloud services allow for low latency computing, including the provision of local data, storage and processing that will facilitate for easier cloud adoption and modernization of ICT resources. Our strategically positioned towers enable us to provide managed infrastructure of both passive and active infrastructure solutions with value-added services for customers, including facility leasing and co-location on our masts and connectivity and infrastructure services to the retail, telcos, and public sector. Centec is working on the development of the Pan-African satellite. This geostationary satellite will provide communication services, making Africa more self-reliant for its communications needs. Welcome to the world of connectedness. Welcome to Centec.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. With that, I'll just close up with this slide, that we are available outside if you want to engage us on our connectivity solution, looking at both IoT, as well as e-learning, as well as connected value-added services. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know about you, but I'm quite excited at what the future has in store. You know, there was a time when the telephone was a groundbreaking innovation, and then we had cell phones that were, you know, the brick ones, and then they got smaller, they were the 3310s, etc., and then they became smarter, and you just marvel at the progress and the advancement. So hearing about plans and satellites that are being built and how we'll be able to be self-reliant in terms of communication here as a continent, I just get so excited. And I'm just reminded by the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He says, tomorrow is today. He speaks of something that he calls the fierce urgency of now. And I'm just so enthusiastic about what we're seeing and realizing that in terms of what's happening, it's no longer such a faraway dream or something that's far-flung or out of reach. It really is something that we're seeing today and will continue to see unfold. So thank you very much for that, and much appreciated food for thought as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear from the last of our presentations in terms of the sponsored technical session. Let us now receive Mr. Sudipto Moitra. He is representing MTN. Just a brief update of who he is, where he's from. He is the General Manager for ICT business in the enterprise space. Overall, 22 plus years of experience in ICT industry. This is across service delivery, operations, architecture, commercials, consulting, sales, and management. He's currently in the third year of employment with MTN SA as General Manager for ICT business in enterprise space. He's running the P&L for SA, that's across both direct as well as indirect channels, and driving the product strategy in cloud, security, IoT, connectivity, and UCC across 21 markets of MTN here in Africa and much, much further afield. Were I to go through his entire bio, I think we'd be here for the whole day, so accomplished he is. Of course, his resume also includes the work that he did for Dimension Data, 9+ years there, as well as 11+ years of experience with Tata Consultancy Services. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can all agree we are in good hands. Please allow me to introduce Mr. Sudipto Moitra. Round of applause for him, please.
Thank you, Ayanda. Yellow, yellow, everyone. Yellow. Yellow, everyone. There we go, there we go, there we go. Yeah, no pressure. Thanks, Ayanda, for that introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, in one of the panel discussions, the colleague was saying, do we as an industry collaborate? And what's very interesting is, I think what I would be presenting in the next few minutes, you will see what my colleagues have presented already, from Vodacom, Centec, Huawei, how I think the assets that we're bringing to bear in the government space is so relevant. And I think to what Makano mentioned yesterday, I think as GovTech, the 16th year that we're in, the journey is still on. And it gives me an immense pleasure to see how we can take this forward in creating the true digitization in public sector. By the way, this is supposed to be a technical session. And, I had some very technical slides wearing my architecture hat, but thanks to my colleague, Leslie, he said, Sudipto, for those of you that went very big last night like you will lose all of them. So let's make sure that we are trying to stick to, the technical elements, but at a high level. So, and by the way, Sandy, I'm not sure the second biggest stand, but for those of you that still need some cappuccino or coffee, the bright stand out there, the yellow stand from MTN is serving cappuccino. So you're more than welcome to go there and grab a cup of cappuccino. Just very quickly, I think it's very important that before we dive into the technical details, we talk about the evolution of connectivity. And as you guys know, we have come a long way from a technology perspective, all the way in the 1980s with the 1G, 2G. Today, as you know, we're quite fortunate to have a fast mobile broadband use of internet protocol where we are talking of likes of 4G. I'm sure most of you here are connected one way or other from a 4G perspective. And now we're talking about 5G, and 5G is not a theory anymore. From an MTN perspective, we already have a coverage of about 20% across the country, and we're aggressively rolling out. And the enhanced mobile broadband and the wireless for the industry, those technical capabilities it is bringing in, it's really, really a true enabler to digitize the current environment. Basically, just for everyone's context, what it is bringing to bear, obviously we hear the speed, the latency, the capacity, but what my colleague spoke about earlier, very important that connectivity becomes the true enabler. And with the likes of 5G technology, with the massive Internet of Things, the smart agriculture, the smart city from a government perspective is a lot more real. The critical service, if you look at the health sector, the minister spoke yesterday about some of the current challenges and how we need to accelerate is a lot more reality. And what's important is the commercial viability. No matter how much we talk about technically, end of the day, it will all come down to the TCO and the ROI. So what is connectivity that's giving smart industry or smart government? Some of the common use cases that we're seeing, and I'm not going to go through each one of them, across the value chain, I think my colleague spoke about it. We hear this word of co-creation, and I think truly that's very real. Nobody probably have the perfect answer, but together as an industry, with the government, with the departments, if we come together, a lot of the use cases that you see here are real. And the way we have segmented is, there is some short-term gain. Yesterday in one of the panels, somebody spoke about maybe we're trying to solve everything at once, but it might be a more modular approach that we can take, keeping in mind the long-term architecture that would be relevant, that would take us far. So on the network maturity, as we mature and the advent of technologies, there are so many different elements that we can do today. And I encourage you guys, I'm sure everybody is in a different maturity part, but it's important that we continue with that. If you have already embarked on that journey, from a long-term perspective, there are a lot of use cases. We are working through proof of concept that's very real. When we talk about the digital ecosystem, I think there was a discussion yesterday, and as part of GovTech, since 2008, I've been fortunate to participate. We talk about digitalization and we talk ecosystem. So when we are talking about a particular enablement from a 5G perspective, what's very important, the network, whether it's for the mission critical controls that we are implementing across different departments, whether it's the resilience that we want to bring in, whether it's the enhanced mobile broadband or massive Internet of Things, this has got specific network requirement that then drives the particular use case from a commercial viable perspective. What's very important is, I think all the different companies that have presented and would continue to present, and through dialogues that would share, effectively, the assets that we bring to bear, I think is really enabling the industry vertical application. So from an MTN perspective at the bottom, I think at the connectivity side of things, it's the sensors. I think my colleague spoke about it, and it's all about, moving up the stack and looking at a platform. So at MTN, we call it MTN Connected Things, which is a connectivity platform that we're looking into. But what's very important is that enablement layer at the bottom. From a technology perspective, it's all about the API driven and the integration that becomes very relevant to continue to follow the architecture that each of you would have in a different maturity stage. And at the top, it's then about the industry vertical, and within the government as well. If we look at the value chain of the different industry, whether it's logistics, whether it's livestock, whether it's remote health management, that stack from architecture perspective then would fit in on what we call the horizontal stack. And obviously, it's all about the data, right? I mean, if we don't get the data through data analytics, value-added insight doesn't make sense. And the technologies are endless. It's not just about the 5G, but the 4G, the 3G, the LTE, the narrowband IoT. There are technologies for various devices where we are talking about the LoRaWAN, the Sigfox. All of these technologies, I think we can, is available today that we can leverage in terms of making there. So, at MTN, we are moving up the stack. This is kind of our own journey from an enterprise perspective. You know, as telcos, we are known from a core mobile perspective, but from left to right, if you look at how we are moving up the stack, and then it's all about the technologies that are coming in the future, where the software, the robotics, the big data, the verticalized applications, based on the stack that I just spoke about, the technologies that are available, and all the latest trend, you know, it's kind of very relevant. This is a bit of a technical slide, but I think it's quite relevant when we talk about the private wireless ecosystem. You know, while we talk about the different technologies, interest of time, I'm not going to go through every single block, but effectively today at GovTech, you know, whether it's the enhanced mobile broadband, whether it's the fixed wireless access technology, where are massive scale communications or ultra reliable low latency services, the reality is there are a lot of elements when we are talking about whether industrial IoT or IoT and the convergence of both. You know, we are to look at, you know, massive implementations rollout in terms of working together through a different value chain. And from a private network architecture perspective, you know, as I said, it's not just about, you know, a particular technology, but how do we create architectures for 4G and 5G that can coexist? The assets that we already have that might be relevant in your environment, you know, kind of makes a lot of sense. The public network, I think we need to leverage that. The security and the controls and the regulations that are there, you know, how do we then work together as an industry with the government to make sure that we are able to create that thing? Obviously, from a local core perspective, you know, then we can talk about the edge compute. We can accelerate the cloud, you know, journey that my colleague spoke about. And end of the day, it's all about the applications, you know, and where you are kind of hosting. But there is a possibility from architecture perspective to take that modular approach. There is a possibility, we believe, that we can look and leverage the current technologies. There is a possibility that we can look in terms of creating an architecture that is scalable. And I think through that, the network slicing also that then allows in the different applications becomes more of a reality. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you once more. May we please get another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Moitra, you had us at cappuccino. Everything else was just part of the fringe benefits. It was all music to our ears, but you caught our attention with those magic words there. Thank you very much once again. I think it's so exciting to see the symbiotic relationship between the telcos and the state and how indeed it can go a long way in improving service delivery and bringing about that developmental agenda that we so desire here as a country and I believe as a continent. So ladies and gentlemen, let us now turn our attention to a presentation about digitization and digitalization. Evolving Government Services by CETA Acting Managing Director, Mr. Molatlege, and he warned me. He gave me that look that said, your invoice is at stake. Molatlege Gaue, he is, of course, the Acting Managing Director. I said, if I butcher his surname, they will be held to pay. No, I'm only joking. Let me quickly bring you up to speed with Mr. Gaue and his expertise, ladies and gentlemen. He is, as I mentioned, the Acting Managing Director for CETA, but he is also a registered chartered accountant here in South Africa for more than 15 years. He has a wealth of industry experience with more than 17 years experience across diverse industries and a number of senior roles in both the private sector as well as the public sector. Mr. Gaue has, amongst others, previously served as the CFO for the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority, the Competition Commission of South Africa, the City of Mutlosana in Klerksdorp, as well as being manager at PwC with a large client portfolio. I should say. In my head, I'm busy thinking, don't butcher it, don't butcher it. And of course, as we mentioned, last night was quite interesting. So myself, I'm also recovering. But let's quickly wrap this up. Mr. Gaue has core competencies which include policy development and implementation, governance and compliance, risk management, negotiation, and systematic and innovative problem solving. He is also quite notably a team player, might I add, and is well placed to lead CETA's financial division as our agency is restructured, and will be instrumental in ensuring that CETA is able to fulfill its mandate as the state's IT company leading digital transformation here in South Africa. I'm going to ask us to give a round of applause to Mr. Mulatlege Gawe, please.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. Before I start, let me maybe observe protocol. Some might be in absentia. The Minister of DCDT, Ms. Kombuzo Nchaveni, the Deputy Minister of DCDT, the ministers from the African countries, dignitaries, head of government departments from all African countries that are present with us here, and those that are online. Let me also acknowledge the CETA Board of Directors under the leadership of Ms. Makono Musidi. I don't see our board here. I think they're still stuck in another engagement. The DGs that are here with us, both in the provincial space and the national government, including HODs, CEOs that are here as well, our sponsors, our partners, our stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, and just to make sure I don't leave out anyone, all protocol observed. I trust you enjoyed the first day of GovTech 2022. I surely did. I'm hoping we will see the same energy that we saw last night at the gala dinner in the last couple of days. I was told that some of the colleagues went quite big last night, but I see a fairly good enough turnout today. We're expecting quite less colleagues to attend this morning. So yesterday's discussions, and mainly the speech by the minister, has really shown that it's not only the private sector that is embracing and that is continually trying to transform with digitization and digitalization, tongue twister, digitization and digitalization to increase the efficiency of providing services. Public sector at large has also come to acknowledge the importance of digitalization, and we as CETA are positioned as a lead agency for digitalizing government and to prepare for the technology-advanced, citizen-centric era. Ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting at the time when the majority of the government business processes are extensively manual and paper-based. And the minister did allude to this in her speech yesterday, and she did indicate that she has given CETA quite a tight deadline to make sure that it can move government from paper to digitize. And these manual processes obviously result in this service being delivered in the most costly, inefficient, and inconvenient. The high penetration of mobile devices, smart devices in communities has increased over the years, and the demand for digital services and the endless opportunities it provides, every effort must be made by government to ensure that we take full advantage of these developing trends and the endless opportunities. Discussions yesterday in the tracks in the plenary is a confirmation that government across the continent, indeed and across the globe, are facing quite high increasing expectation from citizens to deliver more innovative, responsive services, while at the same time having to deal with the constrained fiscus and remain globally competitive and to grow the economy. Let me briefly outline some of CETA's position on the evolution of the digital transformation journey. While we acknowledge that digitization does offer many benefits, I would only like to point out or single out two. Inherently in that process, they embrace and they will result in cost savings and ensure that we improve business processes. Our roadmap as CETA includes taking advantage of the opportunities of game-changing technologies like social, mobile, analytics, Internet of Things, cognitive computing. Our vision for the future is transforming government into a secure, integrated, transparent, and trusted digital entity. This includes ensuring that we move away from the silo approach. We really try to coordinate government at large. We have better alignment between the technology opportunities and the public demands. If we are to succeed in the above and in ensuring that we are coordinated, we will see a changed society. We will see a society that enjoys increased public value service, improved citizen participation, improved dialogue with citizens and businesses, and that's not all. We'll also see a society that celebrates personalized and predictive service delivery. I must mention, ladies and gentlemen, as we embrace the future, the vision of the future, we are also wary of the challenges that confronts us, and not only us as SEDA, but the country at large. Just to mention a few, we do have a legacy of poverty, inequality across all spheres of the economy, which is accompanied by low literacy levels and unemployment. We also have resources that are constrained, both financially and the necessary critical skills that we require for the future. At times, we end up having to choose between competing critical priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pushing on with our current SETA strategic initiatives. Just to mention a few, the provision of digital infrastructure such as broadband, software-defined network, unified communications are quite crucial. At the same time, we are driving the adoption of government cloud, accelerating modernization of our data centers, and ensuring that implementation of security operational centers. You would have seen of late, both on the private and the public sector, there has been quite a lot of the cyber attacks. So it really raises the criticality and the urgency of the security operational centers. The strategic intent is also to modernize our hosting infrastructure using cloud principles to ensure that we can enable fast, efficient, cost-effective service delivery to our citizens. When it comes to our procurement and transformation, while we are ensuring that we do get the benefit of economies of scale, we also want to ensure that we are digitizing procurement service offerings. What this thing will do in return is to ensure that we can reduce the long turnaround times, which at times leads to service delivery protest. Will also contribute, doing that will also contribute towards reducing the non-compliances with the public procurement prescripts. Surely, every single time we see the Auditor General presenting their reports, there's talks about irregular expenditure, which is going to billions of rands. And the idea is that if we are to then digitize some of these processes, we'll go quite a long way in ensuring that we can minimize those irregular expenditures and assist with ensuring that there's compliance. What is also critical to us, and I guess government agenda at large, is the issues of transformation. So what is going to be crucial and critical and central to SEDA is to ensure that as part of its contribution to transformation of the ICT industry, we increase our spending on the SMMEs. You would have seen, if you compare to the GovTech, the last GovTech 3 years ago, and what we are seeing in this current year, we have increased the participation of SMME. We are trying our level best to ensure that we can support them, obviously where it's practically possible. We will also like to increase our spending on the women and the youth-owned companies. Just to ensure that customer service is improved, we would like to deploy appropriate business digital solutions. I think the bottom line is to ensure that we are able to implement programs that will address the pressing customer service delivery challenges. So amongst all of these imperatives, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, you may ask, what are the strategic enablers to achieve all those plans? Just to mention a few, and it's more like looking at SEDA internally, we would like to invest in building our capabilities, both in the skills that we require, including the infrastructure, the technology. We'll also like to put in place governance structures that will ensure that we take full advantage of the digital transformation. Because everything boils down to the numbers at the end of the day, we'll also like to make sure that we develop financial models and strategies that are aimed at funding capital investment for digitization while ensuring sustainability. And what are we really expecting? Should we say that we have successfully implemented our strategy and our vision? The results have to be felt on the ground by the eventual customers being the citizens. So what will be the benefits of our strategy? So we want to transform government into a digital organization. We want to ensure that we reduce costs in providing and ensuring that access to government services are done effectively. Improve citizen experience, bringing government services conveniently to our citizens. Colleagues, in concluding, IT has emerged as the most potent tool to collect, to organize, disseminate information, and to deliver services to the people at a much more larger scale than the traditional ways of providing services. GovTech Conference presents a unique opportunity not only to discuss economies and potential of African countries, but also to share solutions on how to provide smart digitalization capabilities to deliver services efficiently, reliably, not only for now, but for now and to the future. ICT is daily giving birth to new concepts, new products, and new ideas. It transforms not only industries and businesses, but it also the aspects of life activities, and Africa should not be left behind. The GovTech discussions and engagements must lead the way to this reality. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Much appreciated indeed. I'm going to ask for your indulgence much more today because we are running slightly behind schedule. We'll try and redeem the time as much as possible. But if you may allow me, I think let's take a tea break, about 15 minutes, and then we will converge once more for our panel discussions. They are going to start in the next 15 minutes or so. So my watch tells me that we're just shy of a 11:45. So we'll take it as a 11:45 now. We will regroup again at 11 o'clock. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much once again for availing yourself for this next part of today's proceedings. You know, when we speak about technological advancements, development, and innovation, it's quite tricky because it has to be a two-pronged approach. There must be a bottom-up approach where you meet the needs that are existing already on the ground, but also a bit of a top-down approach where you have foresight to see where things are going and how you can meet them. And balancing the two can be a little bit tricky. I'm reminded of Henry Ford of the Ford Motor Company, who said, when I ask people, or if I were to ask people what they would want in terms of mobility, in terms of getting from point A to point B, I guess prior to the creation of the motor vehicle, many people would say, we want a faster horse. So you can only imagine that it would take a great thinker to say, I'm actually not going to create a faster horse, but what I am going to do is create a motor vehicle. And that's exactly what innovation is about. So you ask what the need is on the ground, but you may not necessarily meet it in the same way that people envisage, but you take it a step further by creating something that nobody ever thought of. So this is what we're going to be focusing now on. We're going to look at the continent, where things stand in terms of innovation and technological advancement. We're going to take a look at what we have already, what we need as a continent, what we can offer the world, how to put our thinking caps on and throw away the box, not only think outside the box, but throw it away completely and reimagine the world that we dream of, the continent of the future and our role therein. So ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, for the roundtable artificial intelligence, the question we're asking, are African governments ready? What are the opportunities? What are the gaps? Please allow me to introduce to you our panelists who will be coming on stage now. They'll take a seat and thereafter I'll introduce the moderator. So without further ado, in no particular order, we would like to call upon the stage Mr. Justin Agar. Justin Agar is from Into IT company Micro Focus. He's a senior account executive at Micro Focus, where his responsibilities include management of key accounts as well as the broader Micro Focus relationship within the SETA. Could we please welcome him on stage with a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't be shy. Smile and wave. Smile and wave. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we have Mr. Itumeleng Dube. Mr. Dube has a master's degree in public administration with an understanding of public policy. He is currently a lecturer at the University of South Africa's Public Administration and Management Department. May we please welcome him as well with a round of applause. Thank you. And again, I think I'm cutting all the accolades and the contribution of these panelists very, very brief in the interest of time. But that is why we have some of our networking sessions thereafter where you can dig a little deeper into their wealth of expertise, because indeed there is much to talk about. So thank you for indulging me as I really cut short your bios, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking of ladies, let us now call upon Dr. Sibongiseni Totejanes. She is using technology to create African solutions, not only for Africa, but for the world at large. In addition to being the CIO of multi-award winning Flavor Light Innovations, Dr. Totejane is a co-founder, digital innovator, and big data analytics expert. She completed her PhD in information systems. Can we please welcome her with a round of applause as well? And finally, some gender parity on the stage. That's my little politics for the morning. Yes, please, round of applause. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Last but most certainly not least, we'd like to call upon Mr. Mark Gaffley, ICT Research Africa. Mr. Gaffley is an admitted attorney with over 10 years abroad startup, in-house legal and research experience that he gained through leading local and international companies and think tanks, which include the likes of Uber, Take a Lot, Media 24, Human Sciences Research Council, and most recently, Research ICT Africa. Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And to moderate the panel discussion this morning is data and AI specialist from Microsoft, Mr. Dushan Padiachi. May we welcome him, please, and I hand over the reins to him to facilitate this next session.
I'm good. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm Dushan, and your moderator today. I'm extremely honored and I feel privileged to be amongst these individuals today discussing a very, very pertinent point. I know in my day life, I get a number of questions, and it all boils down to one simple question. Hey, what is artificial intelligence? So I think in this panel discussion, we wanted to sort of double click into that a little bit today. And, you know, to set the scene, if you think about the ability for computer systems to perform tasks normally that, you know, human beings would perform utilizing human intelligence. If you think about, you know, cognitive services such as visual perception, speech recognition, you know, decision making, and you know, what's very, very close to our hearts because of all the languages we have in our country, the translation between these languages is evolving, and you know, the technology already exists. Frameworks and the platforms, artificial intelligence, and that's what today's panel discussion will be about. And as emerging technologies evolve, you know, regulators like yourselves in Africa will need to consider, you know, or possibly even rethink your approach. Let's hear from some of the experts today in adopting models that are agile. You know, we're always going to iterate. If you switch on machine learning as an example, machines need to learn. So, you know, you've got to crawl, walk, run, and it's iterative. As we collaborate together and we face these challenges that are posed in front of us, let's take advantage of some of the opportunities that will be shared today. And so emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, our panel, we would want to hear from our panel today. And let me try to start with ladies first, if you guys don't mind. Doc, I see you smiling already. So I'm really intrigued, Doc, to hear how you're thinking about some of the opportunities that AI can present today. Your thoughts?
Okay, thank you so much to our coordinator and our leader for the panel. We are so fortunate to be living in the 4IR era, where we have opportunities in the artificial intelligence space. Artificial intelligence is used synonymously with automation, where we have an opportunity in Africa to make a difference in the healthcare center, where we understand the diseases that in Africa we could have, and we could have precision healthcare. We also have an opportunity to make a difference in our education system, where we could upskill ourselves and also know how to contextualize artificial intelligence for education, for precision education in Africa. Then again, we have an opportunity for service delivery that's improved using automation and also using artificial intelligence to make sure how the governments and service providers and companies could interact with their customers and their citizens, especially in the public sector, where a citizen can now engage directly with the government. Now, of course, also in the transport sector, we have an opportunity again to use artificial intelligence, to use cobotics, especially in the mining sector and agricultural space, where in the rural areas, we can automate some of the manual processes that are being done at the moment. So an example that I can just highlight is a project that we've just completed as our company at the SA Navy in Cape Town, where we've taken a manual process of aligning and calibrating a tracking evaluating system for a ship, where that process was done on dry dock land. What we've done as an SMME, we've taken that process, we've learned it using machine learning and using artificial intelligence to say, instead of this ship to be balanced and the weaponry thereof, it could actually be done at sea. We can use then predictive analytics, we can use proactive analytics, and now it takes us into a space of being offensive and proactive in nature, in safety and security of our country. When our navies and our warrant officers go at sea, then they see that the ship is becoming out of balance and the weaponry thereof. Therefore, you can use artificial intelligence for proactive safety and security of our people. The last element that is very useful in our company that we usually do is to ensure that inclusivity becomes key. People who are deaf and people who are differently abled, who are blind, how to make sure that our hardware and software is conscious of ensuring that as we do application development and systems integration, we are conscious of including them, their subtitles, their automated subtitles, and also the data codes and data annotations are African in nature. So we can't have Victoria with her accent in our apps. We have to make sure that the voice notes and the voiceovers that we use in our technology are proudly African and use African content that we can own and have sovereignty in that. Those are the opportunities I strongly believe we have. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Doctor. That's very inspiring. And I just feel that that's a great example or examples of AI augmenting and complementing humans, and certainly not a case, a scary Hollywood movie of replacing humans, but definitely helping us get better. And one of the points you touched on, and I quickly want to engage Justin on this one, is the potential impact of AI on that service delivery component. What are your thoughts around?
Thanks, Deshaun. So from a service delivery point of view, I think before I respond to that specifically, I think the opportunity timing is extremely pertinent right now, given the last 2 years, which the the world has endured and some of the positive growth in technology that's been forced to explode out of this difficult time. In response to your question, from a service delivery point of view, we can see immense improvements in efficiency, in maintenance, and in general communication across that environment. So fairly significant, provided the AI is managed, deployed, and balanced properly. Some significant upside that can flow from that.
Yeah, what would you say are some of those opportunities that you're seeing?
Down to opportunities specifically, I think there's one word that I would put forward here, and that's growth. And that growth would be realized from productivity, from sales, output, and these are positives that flow right through the economy, technology, agriculture, engineering, and our mining input. So the ability to scale or to multiply that growth is significant, really is significant. And I think another one which I haven't touched on there is obviously energy and improved efficiencies flowing into energy 2 years ago, or in fact, even in January of this year, before global events had the impact that they have had on fuel costs and the translation costs that fuel price feeds into not just our economy, but every other, is potentially significant impact on energy saving. So this is a subject that one could discuss for an extended period of time, but certainly significant.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you. And when you say that, and we think about some of the challenges, the dangers, and ethics around AI, Tobe, what are your thoughts? What are you seeing? What can you share with us in terms of the research and from a public administration perspective that you can share with us?
I think from a public administration point of view, creating AI will definitely need a new way of looking at ethics, because now in the design of an AI, there could be a bias that actually exists, whereby if I then design an AI, I basically design it based on my interpretation or my experiences as a person. And in that limited viewpoint, I could be leaving out other people. And some of these things can actually cross the line of being unethical. Even though that the ethics of AI is still being researched and still being explored, we still should actually apply that human element to it. So most of the time, what happens is that we must be careful in the way that we design these things so that we don't leave other people out because of our own biases as well.
And that's closely tied. We talk about being ethical and responsible, and I'm wondering about the regulatory piece and how important that's going to be, right? We always talk about regulations, the frameworks, policies, and we're fortunate enough to have a legal opinion on the panel here. And Mark, I'm wondering how do you, research perspective, I know you're involved in research, what guidance can you offer us around this particular one?
No problem. So, I suppose the timing of this panel discussion is actually quite opportune because we've just finished a report for UNESCO where we actually look at Southern Africa's kind of AI readiness based on regulatory and policy mapping. And then also a deep dive into a use case analysis. So I was actually looking forward to answering the question before because I had quite a lot of ethical points that I think are worth mentioning. But to go to the regulatory space, what our research sort of revealed, and this is across the SADC region, is that there are actually good foundational laws in place for most of the countries represented. So these would be, well, sorry, and let me pin that back to ethical and responsible AI. So these would be, for example, having intellectual property, electronic communication, cybersecurity, which was mentioned earlier, consumer protection, freedom of information, competition, data protection, and personal information laws, having all of these in place. So I think where we kind of sit is we've got a good foundation. But what our research revealed in this specific space is that, and we actually looked through about 400 policy documents, is that Southern Africa has not specifically got onto designing laws that deal specifically with AI. And I think to Maleng's point, those laws need to pin back to some of these ethical concerns that we'll discuss today. Another, maybe just 2 quick points to wrap that up, is that the legislation that we do develop, I think it's very important to make sure that it's a rights-based legislation. So yeah, and to jump onto something Justin said, when I worked at Uber, they used to say growth at all costs. And I think it's very important for us to temper that and make sure that it's growth subject to the human rights that that we've fought so hard to get into place and to maintain. 2 very quick points is just something that was touched on a bit earlier today is it's important also to prioritize infrastructure. I mean, it goes without saying that we need electricity to run technology. So there's a big example of making sure that we have the infrastructure in place to actually use the technologies. And just a final one on capacity building is just that the legislation should also prioritize the active leadership and involvement of women in the digital and AI space. So thank you.
Tumeleng, I want to come back to you in terms of public policy and regulation. How do you draw the two and still think about AI? Because it's not exactly like, most of us have this perception that we switch on this artificial intelligence solution or algorithm and off it runs, but it needs to be watched carefully. There needs to be policy that guides that. What are you seeing and what are your thoughts around?
Well, I mean, I think AI and for IR and technology is forever changing. So we would need a policy that is very versatile and agile as well in changing the rules with regards to how do we then handle the data that we collect from citizens? How do we then handle ethical or unethical acts that might happen from maybe, let's say, a supplier's perspective, like how does the third party or the company that we hire handle the data that is so sensitive to our citizens? Obviously, if you think about it, how much data does the government know about you? I mean, they know where you work, they know how much you earn, how much tax you pay, how many kids you have, where you live, how much is your water, how much is electricity. They know all of those things. So now we need to then have policies that will regulate how that information is handled. Do we then make the people who are handling that information, people that we can go against, like maybe let's say put certain rules to them and whatnot, because I now have the key to South Africa's data. There should be a special mention about me as a user, not a user, but like a collector of this data and an analyst of this data in the policies that we then have, because sometimes our policies don't really go deeper into what other things can possibly happen. And we need to be flexible, or the policies need to be flexible, and the laws as well need to be flexible, meaning that the government needs to act faster. So now if somebody does something wrong with the data, in the next couple of days, we should have a rule or a policy to say that we are limiting access to data in that way. So I think with regards to AI and policy, we need a very, very flexible policy.
Got you. So when I think about a topic, and I'm going to come back to a point, and I think you made a couple of points on it, and you used the word data a couple of times. And I'm going to ask a question. We think about learning or programming. In the traditional programming sense, you have some data, you have expect an output. In the machine learning world, just reducing it to its simplest, you have data, you tell it the outputs, and machine learning is pretty much the program. So that's the goal. But data and AI don't live in two separate worlds. And Doctor, when you see this big data explosion, and Tumulang's talking about policies and mentioning data and a lot, what are your views around the importance of data in this machine learning world?
So the importance of big data and also big data analytics in the artificial intelligence world is huge, and we are trivializing it as a country. So when it comes to artificial intelligence, please understand, we have machine learning and we have deep learning. Remember that the entire solution is crafted by human beings. It's done by people for an end user. And that end user is another human being. So if we remember with the DPSA principles of ICT in the foundations of this country, we always have a Batupili principle, which says in the innovation, in the big data analytics space, in the artificial intelligence space, let us put a person at the center of our output. And big data analytics and also artificial, you use a human person to do the algorithms, to train it using machine learning and deep learning and its iterations of training the machine and of training the program to actually do what you need it to do. In that training of machine learning and deep learning, there are ethics in between. And also they are coming from a point of view of the team and the team bias that exists. So if we're not conscious about the humanness of the team that is creating and crafting the solution architecture of what needs to be developed, then we lose the fact that the computer was programmed by a person and the team. Therefore, the iteration of teaching it how to give a certain output and outcome is done by people. And then it's going to be maintained, and also it's going to be modified by people as well. As the business requirements change, as the business needs change, and as an output that is required changes. So that element of it is the people who program and create these algorithms become a heartbeat of, it's not these machines that came out with this answer or this output. It's the algorithms developed by the consciousness of that application development team. And it is as good as the strength of the team. And it's as ethical as the strength of the ethics that were preconceived by the team. So it just didn't evolve and emerge. So that consciousness becomes key in us thinking about big data and artificial intelligence working together, and they are intertwined. You can't separate them because data is in every layer of the OSI model. Data is in everywhere, pretty much.
Great point. Thank you very much for that. That's great clarity. I'm going to ask a question because if you listen to his bio, Mark, we see you reading for your PhD, and there's lots of people. I get this question every day. Help me skill, help me learn AI. I used to be an engineer, but I love AI. I wanna get involved. You guys probably get those questions every day. And don't worry, Justin, I'm coming to your metaverse in a moment. But Mark, skilling, continuing to learn. It's not machines that are just learning, right? From a human perspective, what are your thoughts around, you're reading for a PhD today. How much AI goes into that reading?
I'm in danger of telling a long story here, but I think just to caveat what I say, another thing with being a lawyer is that I'm trained at looking at life on a pessimistic side. So I'm always looking at the risks. And my PhD is in legal philosophy and from a moral point of view. So I'm comparing kind of a moral viewpoint of the world against an AI viewpoint of the world. And that involves sort of weighing up different ethical and moral principles against, for example, game theory, and whether they are, consistent or inconsistent. But to kind of bring this back to the discussion today, I think the value of keeping learning and doing a PhD, or not even necessarily a PhD, just keeping, I guess, your brain learning, is that the field of AI, we run the risk of our jobs being replaced and being replaced rapidly. And one of the arguments that are always made against this is that we'll be able to reskill ourselves, and or it will free us up from doing the more tedious tasks that we don't want to do. For example, maybe physical tasks. But in our research, and we actually have a paper online, it's the FOWEG's paper, which is Future of Work. And one of the points that was made there is, for example, you have, and to go maybe to the Uber example, is you have people working on the platform economy that maybe don't necessarily have the time, capacity, financial resources to be able to reskill themselves because they're really working in a survivalist environment to put food on the table. And the other side of that is that they are working to put food on the table, and the company they're working for is, for example, trying to develop autonomous cars. So you have to be very careful that your job isn't replaced, even perhaps by the people you're working for. And that's why I think, the importance of further study, and not necessarily even at a PhD level. One of the things AI has done for us is that access to information is readily available. So just constantly to be looking to innovate yourself, because the technology is obviously also innovating. So I think that answers the question.
That gives great background, because as much as we're talking about AI, and just as we start to get used to it and unpack this beast called artificial intelligence, and in comes in the metaverse. And so, Justin, I see you guys running very, very interesting, sessions around that. What's the link between the metaverse and AI in your mind?
Dushan, so I think exponential intelligence. I think if I can perhaps respond this way, I think boundaries that we've become familiar with through all of our evolutions, regardless of the age that we're at now, are being tested. Some of those are being destroyed. New norms are being set. And I think perhaps the word infinite boundaries are what we're looking at here. And if I can deflect your question slightly and come back to a point Mark made, exponential change. I think the one thing that's been thrust upon all of us in this immediate time, and is clearly something that's not going to go away, is the rate of change across technology, exponential rate of change. And that comes back to the point on investment in our own education, our ability to absorb information, whether it's in the workplace where we're working for an employer who is developing new technologies at an exponential rate, or similar. It's that ability to adapt and scale exponentially. I think that would be it. I'm not giving you the full response there because I'm not intimately involved with the metaverse there. So I'm deflecting slightly from the question.
Yeah.
But,
So I think with Tuvalang, I think what I'm hearing Justin says is that soon, if we're all patient, the metaverse will sort out that you're on mute problem that we have. So it's coming. But I think it's safe to say we'll open up the floor for any questions. I think we do have time for Q&A. We good? We're close to lunch, so don't be surprised. Anyone? Fantastic. Yeah, excited by the session today.
Hi,
Hi.
Tandega Zondi speaking. Um, I'm keen to understand how do we begin to educate our own society, I guess, in terms of, I mean, we're speaking metaverse, we're speaking different terminology. And how do we educate our own society in being able to understand the benefits of AI in providing some better service and for them to engage better on it and also to contribute on it? Because I mean, as we sit, a lot of the technology that's out there around AI doesn't necessarily understand all of us and our own profiles, and in particular, I guess the South African or the black kind of environment where you've already heard of many issues where you have an AI identifying you incorrectly, they can't hear your voice. And so if you can imagine, I always imagine, you know, if a granny is trying to have a conversation with this application, how are they going to respond in terms of how it responds back to them? Is it going to identify them? And the language barriers in it. Secondly, how ready are we as a country to regulate it? Because for almost all of us who are wanting to develop platforms and you know, solutions for the good of society, almost have to include AI if you want to make it more cost effective and also to go further. I know it feels like a muddled question, but yeah.
I'll offer the panel. I see Mark.
I'll take it.
Cool.
I'll take it.
Okay, go for it, Doc.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for that question. I am coming from rural Makanda, so I'm based in the Eastern Cape, the poorest province. So what I do is I implement 4IR technologies in the rural setting. So how we usually do it is that we take the context in which a person lives. Right now, we're working with the farmers and also in the agro-processing space, where we make them have solutions that use ICT and 4IR to solve their current context challenges. And while we do this, we don't usually name what we do. We name it after we've completed the implementation because we have language barriers. Some of the farmers or some of the people don't have formal education. So what we do is the issue of languages and ensuring that the people can explain what just happened. Implementation supersedes naming what we are implementing. So the issue of cultural AI and also indigenous knowledge information systems becomes key in the rural areas of South Africa. South Africa is ready. That's what we do on a daily basis. We use song, we use culture, we use their apparel, we use their points of view so that they become included in a technical delivery. For example, when we are working at Port St. John's as a journalist with the people there, firstly, we make sure that they speak in their mother tongue. So with the translation of mother tongue, whether it's Zulu, Xhosa, Sotho, Tswana, or any other language, we make sure that the language also considerations are taken into consideration. There are different applications that can translate as a person is speaking so that the people involved in the project can all hear that person. So now we get to employ translators. You find people who use sign language. We work a lot with the people who use sign language in the Eastern Cape. So I'm quite excited and happy to see the sign language has been catered for. So subtitles become key and also physical sign language on site become key. That's where that can be automated. There's a tool called Viracom, for example. It can actually interpret sign language as a person is signing into a chosen language or a spoken language back into sign language. Again, that's an application of AI and automation in a rural setting. And then, of course, now with the farmers as well, they've got mobile phones and they've got applications that help them with their farm. The most important thing is that how do you alleviate poverty and how do you create jobs and how do you make the inequality narrow? So what really is important to them, we don't talk metaverse, we talk these issues that are pertaining to them, food creation, food production, using ICT and 4IR. And sometimes we have to eat the food that they create. So you find that they sell food and we create a platform for them to sell it amongst each other and to neighboring or rural areas. And then also the issue of apparel, you find that they are wearing in a certain way. And for us to appreciate them to be included in the project, we make sure that the wardrobe is used for the duration of the project, and the people who come, we also help them to put what's indigenous creation. It could be physical dresses, beading, and all those things. They are put on an e-commerce platform that they could be sold from the rural areas to the world. Once you see them commercialize off of that, it becomes easier for us to explain what just happened. And then at the end of those implementations, we usually use music. They use traditional music and to get the artists involved so that they can start teaching them the principles of what just happened using indigenous knowledge systems through song and storytelling. So cultural AI becomes a thing, especially in the rural Eastern Cape. The people are very smart, they get it, but you have to understand who they are. What audience are you talking about so that you can implement it from their points of view and also elevate the human element that, you know what, there are things that computers can't do. Computers can't hug you, they can't fall in love, they can't toy. So as we're speaking to people, we make them understand the strength and the power of humanness that can be found in technology, computing, or AI. That's what we do in the Eastern Cape.
Great.
Thank you.
Mark, you wanted to add?
I was just to add to the second parts of that question. So something was, about what happens when AI gets it wrong or makes the wrong decision. And I think just three very quick points that came out of our study was, one is the need for human oversight and determination. And this would just be to make sure that throughout the process, humans are always able to understand the decision that the AI has made, and potentially overrule it if we think, if we disagree with it. The other is transparency and explainability, which I think addresses the first part of your question, is that the public need to know how these systems are working, even in a high level capacity. So for example, in our study, we looked at over 100 companies, and only one of them actually delved very high level into how their AI works. Coincidentally, that was Uber. But I think that's quite an important point. And then finally, responsibility and accountability. So, and interestingly, research that took place actually out of UKZN last year revealed that, at least at the time, South Africa was the first country where an AI program was actually, I suppose, recognized as the creator of whatever it was it created. And from an intellectual property point of view, what you have here now is something that's not human being credited with the design, which creates a whole lot of challenges about assigning responsibility when something goes wrong. So, yeah, it's very important when developing regulation that accountability mechanisms are put in place, and that we are always able to trace back to someone being responsible for this, this technology. And the final part of that question was just how ready are we? And I briefly touched on that earlier on in the day, by saying that all the SADC countries have got the foundational laws in place, but haven't yet moved to develop, addressing AI specifically. But South Africa has started investing in institutions that are basically developing the technical capacity to take this step. So we are sort of on the cusp of being able to put the regulation forward that's needed to regulate the space. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for that, Mark. We have another question. good. All right. Yeah, we have a question in the front, and while you get the mic, Tumeleng, in terms of, is AI just for a specialist bunch of people, or is AI democratized? Can anyone or everyone in the room get access to AI? Where are we at in terms of your interactions with students? And
I think it's not for specialized people, and I think sometimes we also, like how advanced technology is, we also kind of forget that we're using AI every day. I mean, your cell phone, when you unlock it in the morning, it will either tell you, send a message to your significant other, or this is the time that you usually are in your cool down, or when you leave work and your phone connects to your Bluetooth, it will tell you the quickest route to work. Or when you're at work coming home, it'll tell you the quickest route to work, and if you want to add a stop or something along those lines. So we already have, devices that are learning how we live all the whole entire time. Like, your phone knows when you play music, what type of music you play. Maybe it might even know what type of mood you're in, depending on, the type of requests you make from Siri or from Google. So it's not for specialist people. And I think it's just as Mark said, the high level operation of it is not explained to people. So therefore we sort of using it, but we sort of are scared of it as well. Like when you use a new app and they say, sign this agreement, you don't know what type of data you're giving up. You don't know how much Google knows about you or Facebook knows about you, but this is the information that we've put into this device that another person has created to actually make our lives better. So we can actually use that to make public service or service delivery much more better in that way that, as we said today, that there's a lot of information that is out there and people can actually access the information about their government or their government department and the kind of services that they need, even though maybe the readiness was not there and the interaction that we've had with government online hasn't been quite perfect, but I think it's getting there. Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. We've got the question here at the
Cool.
back.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. My name is Tulani. I just want to find out, if you look at the utilization of AI, as the colleagues have indicated there, but also the issue relating to fourth industrial revolution, what is it that prevents the public sector to have the same level of adoption than you have in the private sector? I think the examples that have just been made of your cell phone being able to, direct you to do certain things. Public sector is struggling. If you look at, for example, we are not able to have a single view of the client. When you go to a Tegrini municipality, they need to create a new database. And you go to a national government department, they create a new database. But while you have a national population register that they can leverage on to be able to have a single view of the clients across the value chain. And also the delay in which some of the IT projects are completed because of competing technologies that most of the vendors that are sitting here are actually selling to the public service. So those are some of the issues that are quite problematic, because you end up spending huge amounts of money in the public sector without getting value for it. Thanks.
Anyone want to take that one? Justin?
I can offer a perspective, and this would be a personal perspective. I think the correct answer is the public sector deserves and has the ability to deliver at the same pace as the private sector, or should have. But I think fundamentally the regulatory and governance requirements incumbent on the public sector make it difficult and challenging at times to perhaps be as agile as the private sector can be. I think that would certainly be a personal observation. I don't know if any of my colleagues would like to add to that.
Yeah,
I think it's also, we would then probably make it as bureaucratic red tape. I'm sure there's people who've worked in government who said, I have this idea, I've designed this, let's take it forward. It might get to the higher people, and then somebody who might be placed there and who didn't have the know-how and might not fully understand it and might push it back, because then maybe that certain thing might expose other things that people are trying to hide. But I think the bureaucratic red tape that exists in our government is slowing everything down. I mean, it takes us years to approve laws or even get people in parliament to sit and have a quorum and vote on something. So that is actually our problem, that the bureaucratic red tape that exists within this country delays everything for about 2 or 3 years.
Doc?
I would also say to that question regarding what the public service needs in the country, the technical answers are there. We have South Africans who are very smart, who can innovate, who can invent. I'll make an example. We have Commissioner Nomsokana who's sitting in the audience there wearing a green jacket. She has innovated and invented the first ever fiber optic network that is proudly African from Ngqwalane, from Eastern Cape, for example. But the government is not using it. So why not use her invention and her innovation to move our country forward? And we can use the IP and the innovation and invention that she's done. I'm sitting here, I'm coming from Makanda, born in Mkangi, so you don't even know how to spell that name because it's GPS and Google won't pick it up. I created the first big data analytics business process model that started commercializing in 2008 while I was still doing my PhD. I can solve all your big data analytics problems in this country. And it started being used and paid for by UK and Canada and America. But South Africa, we're still waiting. So when our inventions and innovations that we come up with in this continent are being appreciated in other countries, application development, systems integration, service delivery, we have progressive Blacks in ICT nationwide, elder ones, young ones. They're coming up with GBV solutions for women, for example. We have our deputy president here, Zine Ngukwana, innovating in the training space and also making sure that in Africa, she comes up with kinds of learning for rural people. Tata, and she has an innovation school teaching all the 4IR solutions. Why aren't we using our proudly South African solutions for South Africa and for Africa for service delivery, for example? It's possible for big business to work with small business and to work with individuals for service delivery. But is it happening today? It's up to the processes and decision makers to ensure that there are processes in place for the skills and knowledge and wisdom that exists within Africans to actually go to the next level. There is more than enough solutions. So if you want to, and you are willing and you're keen, you are ready, the solutions are there, the smart people are there, the inventors are there, the innovators are there. We have crafted something called STEAMY, which speaks to the skill set in science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, innovation and invention and entrepreneurship in the progressive Blacks in ICT, for example. So why aren't we consuming the solutions that are there so that we can move ourselves forward? So you are the volunteers of your own fate because the skills and the answers are readily there. Are we consuming them as a nation and as a continent? Thank you.
I think we have time for one more question, and yeah, doing great so far. I see additional hands. I just want to remind the attendees that the details for the folks on the stage, including myself, contact details will be shared by the organizers. So please do feel free to reach out to us for any additional questions. But I think Ridwan's got the mic. Ridwan, there is somebody here in the front here. Thank you.
All right. Just a quick one. In terms of AI, how does the concept of immutability apply to the AI space? And as it relates to the PII? So this is for the POPIA. In terms of security, we see AI as just another bigger attack surface. So that's why I'm asking about the immutability and the ability to be able to change the way AI behaves from a security standpoint.
Thank you. Perhaps before the answers are given over here, I think one of the problems that we have in government, and if one is to put it simple, I'm Sidiso Midupi from the Free State. With regard to the regulations and the policies, we note that in government, we are able to do anything for as long as there are regulations that enable us to do so. But in private sector, you are able to do anything for as long as there is no regulation that stops you from doing it. And that is a major difference. And Doc, your answer is in that particular issue. Because with regard to some of the concerns that we currently having now is that we are going to continue to lose more jobs in the country for as long as the private sector does not have any rule that stops them from releasing people and adopting technology or reskilling people before adopting the technology to enable them to deploy them elsewhere. We are currently sitting here, and if you come with the innovation that you are talking about, Doc, when you bring it to government, we must still go and test it through supply chain and test the market if there is no such a thing. And by so doing, it's giving other people ideas of your own PI. And ultimately, you find now the market claims to be able to do what can be able to do, and we appoint the wrong people to do the very same innovation that you came up with. So the dynamics that we are currently operating under as government officials in the environment that you operate in is that technology is at the pace far more than the regulation can enable us to adjust and to adopt to the new technologies that comes out. The very same people in government, appoint them in a private sector, they will do wonders because there are no regulation that obstruct them from doing what they're supposed to be doing. So these are the issues, and I think to a greater extent, as we talk about innovation, as we talk about IR, I think the pain points here are, what is it that we can do to enable us to adapt with the speed that is required to take on the ideas and the technologies that are there on the environment? I'll leave it to the platform. Thank you.
Doc, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I usually have a comment or two. So thank you, sir, for your feedback. I think what the Presidential Commission in the Fourth Industrial Revolution has done for us, they have done and given us leeway for us to give recommendations to His Excellency, to the President, and to South Africa for the benefit of South Africans when it comes to the Fourth Industrial Revolution. As my fellow colleague panelist here, he spoke about that the legal framework when it speaks to ICT and some of the 4IR and cybersecurity laws and POPIA, the basic fundamental legal framework is in place, but then we need to take it to the next level, for example. So those recommendations that were crafted by industry, by academia, by SMMEs, by individuals, by lobbyists, by also human rights groups, and also there was a legal fraternity of commissioners as well who came together to come up and craft. It's almost like we are given a leeway to innovate within the government space through a gazette. So by the virtue of those recommendations being gazetted, we can have a leeway to actually innovate and invent and solve the problems and improve service delivery. I'm a firm believer that when we have ICT leadership or leadership in spaces that we find ourselves in, it's possible for us to solve a problem. I don't think leadership would want to stand in the way of someone who improves service delivery for citizens. And we can use that gazette as a stepping stone because that gazette is all inclusive of ICT and 4IR. Therefore, it gives us a small little window of opportunity to use it as a base because it is founded on a legal framework. So to respond to your point, for example, when it comes to intellectual property laws, as you are saying, that invention and innovation that is done by these SMMEs and people like us, it's our responsibility to protect ourselves by ensuring that we understand copyrights, trademarks, intellectual property laws, and steps to follow to protect ourselves legally. For example, the implementation that we've just done of a ship alignment tracking evaluation system in town, for example, the first of its
Digitization and digitalization, evolving government services.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is track 2, and this is the innovation and SMME. If you have colleagues that are still out at lunch, kindly send them a text so that they can come in. This is now the real deal for SMMEs that we'll be commencing with. We'll be so grateful if you can do that. We're going to change the program a bit. Dr. Thabo here will have to start off with his presentation on capital market solutions. And we'll then follow up with the panel. After that, the DG of the Small Business Development Department will come in and sort of consolidate with his presentation on the enabling policy environment. And I think at this moment, I see the critical mass is not yet reached, so I suppose we can give it maybe 2 minutes. we're going to commence because it seems like there was an announcement being made, and highly possible that the delegates are within the exhibition area. So we're going to continue. And as I've mentioned, we're going to start off with the presentation from Dr. Tabo from the Tari Capital, and he'll be delivering an input on capital market solutions that help mobilize financing for SMMEs. And it's such a pity that the people that are exhibiting outside are not here. This is one of the ideas where they can start learning on how to scale in their financial mechanisms. Dr. Tab, I'm going to allow you to take the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. What I'm going to do is I will start first by going to the market, just explain first who Tafari Capital is, and then look at the issues in terms of financing and what are the challenges that we are meeting, particularly as SMEs. But it's also important to also understand who we are. And I'll just start first by showing you a short video. Thank you. That was short, so I meant it when I said it's short. Tafari Capital was built because we realized there's a big gap in the market, a gap that does not address the needs of small business entrepreneurs and those people that we believe are unbanked and underbanked. And this is why we were set up, particularly to address this particular issue. We have created something quite unique, which is the closest thing you can be a bank without being called a bank, right? But at the same time, the closest thing that you can apply is if you look at a combination of Capitec, for example, and Take a Lot in one platform together. So which means that it will enable SMEs to be able to set up online stores on our platform and also open an account with us on the same platform. So you're actually addressing one of the key issues that SMEs always have, particularly on the lower end of the market, where access to banking services is always a problem. And in this case, not only will you be able to trade on our platform, but you also have to have your account, so there's no need for 3 months bank statements and all of that stuff. You have it in the same platform together. And one of the innovations that we have put together here is that we do both a closed loop and an open loop platform together. By that, it means you can trade with each other if you are Tafari shareholders, I mean not shareholders, Tafari customers. And also, it gives you the same ability to go outside. So you can go to Pick and Pay and buy stuff, or you can go elsewhere outside the loop. So the environment that we are creating allows you to not only transact within the same closed loop, but also go outside without needing to have an additional platform. The other thing that we have added in there is that we also have introduced some digital currency as well. And we have developed it. It will be the Ichankura coin. And that will be a utility coin that is going to be a means of trading within the platform. And later on in the future, we'll be able to then introduce currency or digital coin trading, which is, what the future is going. But this, as you get in and you register within the platform, you will basically be buying digital coins. And you will be using those to buy value-added services, airtime, electricity, buy products from other merchants that are in the platform. So I would encourage all SMEs that are available who have a product or a service to sell, that they must go onto Ichankura. You can find it on all the app stores, Huawei, Apple, and Google. Download, set up your own store, start selling to local and global markets. So this is what it would look like. One of the things that we have managed to do is, when I said we're a bank without being called a bank, is that we will be able to issue cards, prepaid, debit, and hopefully later on credit cards to the market, which you can use to sell. They are MasterCard approved, as you can see, and this is the design that has already been approved. So very soon we'll be opening it up for people to actually start to apply for these cards, and they can use them anywhere. There's lots of use cases, but I will be able to explain that later on. That's why I just wanted to try and introduce this thing to you. Now, to get to the issue at hand, which is access to funding by SMEs, a bit of background is important, because we have to locate the solution within what problem are we trying to solve, right? Now, South Africa, we all know, suffers from three problems: unemployment, inequality, and poverty. And all those things are interrelated, because any solution that we have to come up with has to able to deal with those things. We are aware that overall, the unemployment is 34.5% in the country, and it's growing. And this is interesting, that we have the dubious distinction of being the most unequal country in the world, where 10% of the population owns more than 80% of the wealth in the country. And this is very concerning, because approximately 55.5% of our people live below the upper poverty line of 992 rands, and this is a lot of people. We're talking close to 30 million people in this country. Now, how do we expect our country to really reach its true potential when more than half of the people are actually really being left out of participating in the economy? This is a crucial part, because unless you address that, you are not going to be able to address the real issue about economic growth in this country. Now, it is said, and this was a quote that we find from Boston Consulting Group, that South Africa is rated number 149th out of 162 countries in terms of its ability or inability to convert the wealth that this nation has to the social well-being of its people. That is something that we should be extremely embarrassed about, because we've got an embarrassment of riches, and we are unable to actually harness those riches and actually make them possible for our people. We seem to be comfortable with the few being rich and being serviced, and we seem to be comfortable with the concept of we are a first world country and a third world country. We seem to be comfortable with that. And that must come to an end. It just cannot be. That, and you can see it in the numbers, and this is why I had to put these numbers here. Before 2014, we were the largest economy in Africa. And we've regressed since. We have not been growing. In fact, there is a study that says the growth of our prime rate over this particular period was higher than the growth of the GDP of this country, which means we've been expecting overall negative growth. There is no way we are going to grow and develop as a country if we have statistics like these. And in the previous area, we were talking about 4IR and so forth. Very interesting, because if you look at the nature of the South African economy, it has changed quite substantially over the past. And every time we talk about a skills mismatch, let's understand, let's put it into context and understand why is there a skills mismatch. We talked about 34% of people unemployed. The country's economy, our GDP is now made of 73% services. In the past, the primary sectors of the economy, mining, agriculture, and land-based, those were the big contributors, and these were the entities which could employ a lot of our people. But now, they have reduced in terms of prominence, and we are surprised why we have so much unemployment. And we are surprised why is it that our people are not being, they are being left behind. Because the nature of our economy, the structure of our economy, has now moved more towards financialization than industrialization. Industrialization is the one that creates jobs for our people, the type of people we have. And this goes to the issue around our education system. Very crucial, because if we don't deal with that, we've got problems. So if we keep talking about we are going to train people for the fourth industrial revolution, and yet we are not dealing with today's people that are here, that have been left behind because the policies that we have followed structurally changed the nature of our economy towards most leaving a whole lot of people behind. You can already see the mismatch and why that is a problem. Okay. Now, coming back to the issue of access to funding for SMEs, one of the critical issues that we are missing as a country is lack of patient capital for early stage businesses. We don't have that in this country. And even if you read whatever material that you read, they keep talking about, yeah, we are investing in startup businesses. But if you check startup for them, and I'll show you the curves in terms of what that means, they are talking about startups that are post-revenue and that are possibly on their way to profitability. When you talk about seed and pre-seed funding, which is the critical part where people are going to be able to come up with ideas and test those ideas in the market and have investment, that doesn't exist in this country. And so most of the people, when they start their businesses, they start them with loans. We all talked about, in the other side, they talked about getting funding from banks. Banks give loans. They don't provide equity. And if they do provide equity, there was a time when they did do that and they stopped. But right now, banks provide loans, and that leads to short-term focus of business people. Because you don't have patient capital, you are looking at strategies that enable you to fund your loan immediately after. So you're not looking at long-term development, at long-term value creation. It's about creating enough to be able to pay that loan immediately. That is not a recipe for growing a business in this country. The other thing that we keep complaining about banks, and this is why some of us ended up forming Tafari, the truth of the matter is that banks in this country were not formed for broad-based participation. These institutions were actually built on financial models that were imported from outside, from advanced economies, and they were focused on high value, fewer transactions, or fewer companies. So by design, they were not meant for every single one of us, just as much as if you look at the apartheid structure, they will tell you in the past things used to work, but they used to work only for the minority, not for the majority. Now, once you get the majority in this infrastructure that was built for the minority, the infrastructure gets overwhelmed because it was not built with the majority in mind. This is exactly the same kind of problem that we are facing now, and it's unfortunate because the current government does not seem to be finding a way of breaking this logjam. We still continue with the spatial development of apartheid, we're still growing the townships as we want, we're not finding a way of breaking that logjam. Now, similarly, if you are not employed or you don't have a salary slip, the banks will hardly ever look at you. I mean, a simple example is that I run my own business. What I found very surprising is that the banks find it difficult to fund me as a business owner because they say I am risky, but they will find my employees that I'm paying because they've got a salary slip and a bank statement. This is weird. How is that possible? But this is, I mean, I'm talking, sounds weird, but this is my experience. I have, you know, it's crazy, but, and these are some of the compromises we have to break, because it doesn't make sense. I even asked that question. So, but if my employee comes with a pay, you'll, yes, we will. But what about me? I'm the one that's paying this guy. Oh, no, not you. How? But I'm also being paid. I'm an employee of this company. No, but you are riskier. This is crazy. It shouldn't be happening in this day, in this country, especially in the light of the kind of statistics I've just shown here. There is no will to be able to change the current situation of how things were done. They're just carrying on as business as usual. It needs business unusual right now, but no. You, as a customer, must suit us as banks, not the other way around. Everywhere else, they will tell you that you need to understand the needs of your customers to be able to provide them with relevant situations. But our banks don't do that. They tell you, this is my criteria, you fit in or you're out. I don't care, because there's a few out there. Those few high net worth people fit my criteria. I make money out of them, I'm okay. So if we keep complaining about the banks, we won't be able to get to where we are wanting to go. Now, SMEs, by very nature, I'm sure you've heard that even as an SME, you are much easier to get a loan for consumption from a bank than for building a bank or a company. We all know that. Okay, so we need to be able to deal with that thing there. I've spoken about the customer centricity of this. Oh, sorry, I thought you were saying time is up. Now, these are issues that I believe we need to address before we get to the available solutions that are there. And you'll understand why, unless we deal with these, those available solutions won't make sense. Or we still have a problem with them, even though they are there. It is always my belief, and in other advanced countries, SMMEs play a pivotal role in the development of the economies. And yet, in this country, it's almost as if we are anti-SMME. People are much more willing, our government in particular, likes to deal with big business. They are very happy with announcing multi-billion rand this, multi-billion rand that, and they don't create much jobs. It's few numbers of people, and yet we know that the job creators in this country are SMMEs. The vast majority of people are SMMEs, and yet our policy does not talk to that. As an example, and I haven't mentioned it here, as an example, this is an idea that I've had in my mind. Without negating the importance of grants, I'm just using that to illustrate the point. Our country spends almost 200 billion plus on social grants. What is the budget of the Department of Small Business? Is it anywhere near 10 billion? That budget tells you what is the focus of our government with regards. You'd rather, and it's very important that you help people and make sure that they get money, but equally so, you should be spending more money in SMMEs to make sure, because these are the people that are going to deal with that unemployment, not big companies. The SMMEs are the ones we need to be able to fund, and not just fund them through loans, but to fund them through equity. Now, how is that achievable? Change in mandates of pension funds is crucial. Our pension funds are so risky, risk averse. If you look in developed countries, pension funds actually put aside 20 to 25% of their funds to be deployed in non-listed vehicles. In South Africa, it's about 5%. Why is this? And yet we wonder why we're having this kind of growth problems and unemployment. Imagine a situation where PIC has got over 2 trillion in assets, in deployable assets. If PIC was to deploy 10% of that, that's 200 billion. It would match the, what do you call it? The grants that government is spending. If they were to spend 10% of those, not 25, I'm not talking 25 at this point, let's say 10% on SMEs, 200 billion. Can you imagine what that would do? Of course, assuming that the funds that are going out are going to be used for the purposes that they are being deployed for, you know. But having said that, that is what is needed, because that is where equity funding, which is so sorely lacking for SMEs, is going to come from. And there is somewhere in my presentation, I will tell you, they say that the funding gap for SMEs in this country is between 300 billion and 500 billion. Now, 200 billion of that can come from the PIC by just deploying 10% of this. Can you see what the impact of that can be? If that can happen, it's not out of, all they need to do is to change the mandate that they give the asset managers. Because all the asset managers will do, they will tell you, we cannot invest in small businesses because our mandates prevent us from doing so. They'd rather spend money on markets, on focusing on people who don't need the money, not in the real economy, in the market. They will spend that. They will go buy shares in Edgar's, buy shares in Steinhoff, and they are happy with that. And imagine how much they have lost already now with Steinhoff and Edgar's. All that money, if it was used to fund SMMEs in this country, can you imagine what that would have done? SMEs create jobs. We would be reducing our unemployment rate so drastically. I mean, isn't it embarrassing that a country like the United States has an unemployment rate of 5% or less, with 300 million people, 340 million people. That's the kind of unemployment rate they have. We've got 60, and we are sitting at 34% unemployment rate because we are not putting in place structures and policies that are pro-growth. We are following some kind of austerity measures which have never been shown to work anywhere, but for some reason we keep doing it, and we hope for a different result. If you look at the current financial regime, the banks will tell you one of the reasons why they did not invest or they did not come up with a 200 billion that the government had said we are guaranteeing and disbursed it. They will say to you there were restrictive regulatory measures in place that did not allow them to do this, right? That's what they will say. So the government also has a role to play in putting together an enabling environment to allow the funding to be able to be received by the SMMEs. And of course, these banks are enjoying a very comfortable environment because they are a monopoly, basically. We have put in place various competitive measures. Any of these banks, when they were formed, none of them needed to put aside 250 million rand of unencumbered capital. None of them. And yet, today, if you want to set up a bank, that's the minimum that you need. A proper bank, not a mutual or a cooperative bank or anything, a commercial bank, that's what you would need. So already they are putting up these barriers to entry, which they themselves never did have. So you have to ask yourself, in whose benefit is all of this? Okay, so this is where sometimes when you look at things like open banking and the new regimes that are coming in, it's very important because those allow for innovation and so forth that's happening. And of course, as we look at ways and means of funding SMMEs, we also have to look at financial literacy and business support programs. There's people who are not, they may be able to run their own businesses, but they are not au fait, and they fail when it comes to regulatory environment, or should I say, compliance environment. And this is one of the things that we at Tafari are looking to do. We want to go beyond financial services and put in place programs that will also allow for SMMEs to make themselves comply without it being onerous. Now, getting back to the sources of capital, I thought that I could mention a few of these. As I mentioned, equity funding, which is the most critical one that needs to happen. What I will do, because now the way this thing is structured is that all those DTI grants, there's a document there. If anybody needs that presentation or they need to get access to those grants, most of which are almost free, if they are in your environment, if you click on that link, it will bring all of them. Unfortunately, I can't point and change right now, but that's a very important document that you need to be able to look at. And those grants, some of them they pay up to 100%, some 80%, and they fund even things like software development, marketing, when you're starting a business and so forth. So there's a lot of these grants. The problem is what you need to do to access them. So it's not like they don't exist, they are there, but they have very restrictive requirements for them to be able, they might as well not be there for SMEs. And then you look at banks. Clearly, when you start looking at business loans, I mean, does it make sense that when you apply to a normal bank for a loan today, it takes a minimum of 2 weeks before they can finish that loan? Today. And yet, we've got these non-banking financial services institutions that can respond to you within 24 hours to 48 hours with a loan and a why. Why is the banks not being able to use the same reasons and the same logic to come? One called Credit Proof. It's actually one of the SMMEs. It's in there. I saw it. They provide purchase order funding for up to 5 million. In some cases, they may go to about 100 million. It's one of the black-owned SMMEs. It's sitting right in here. So maybe after this, you guys can go and have a look at them. And of course, people like Lulaland and so forth, they are there to do the same thing. Vodacom, they've come up with this. I think they've got a similar backup. They're definitely not using any of the big banks because there's no way they could come up with that kind of fast turnaround strategy. This one, resultant finance. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with that, but if you are in the business of, say, computers, and you are selling hardware, printers, and any of those things, and you bid for big national metro projects that are 5, 10, 20 million and above. These are the guys you have to go to. They would fund any asset-based project. If it is from government or from any big institutions, if you've got that purchase order, go to resultants. They compete with the standard banks of this world and any of those banks, and they beat them on the funding of this. And they can go to very big amounts. So have a look at these guys. The People's Fund, I'm sure some of you guys know about the People's Fund. It's a group of people that invest, like you and me, they invest money, and then that money is used to fund SMMEs that have got purchase orders, and they get very good returns on their investments. So and this is also one of those responses that our own people decided to take the initiative and do something to enable us to be able to access funding. Now also, part of this was also to actually make people aware of some of the different funding stages that people have to go through and when in their business cycle those funding stages are at. And normally what sort of amounts of monies people have to be looking at to be able to access these funds. So if you look at pre-seed, I think earlier there was a discussion, I think Mede, you were talking about, or someone was talking about availability of pre-seed funding. And you can always explain what pre-seed funding is, and this is the funding that you get to make sure that you build your product to a point that you can take it to market when it's an MVP or something like that. This is before it actually begins to generate any form of revenue, but it's something that is built to address a market need. So if you've got traction, even if you don't have some form of revenue, that always helps. And generally speaking, those pre-seed funds, I put it in dollars there, but you can convert, multiply that by 17, you'll get a good sense of what sort of market, how much these funds usually do. Once you get to the seed funding, it gets a little bit complicated. Here, you need to have built now, remember from your pre-seed, you need to have built your prototype, you need to have at least got a few people that are going to market, that are using your product, that you can now say to them, okay guys, here am I now, I need money to get into the market, to build distribution, to build my team, to do marketing, and so forth. This is the kind of amount of monies that you build. Where do we get access to these in the country? I can tell you most of the, because I know because I've been running around and trying to do this. It's very difficult to get pre-seed and seed marketing from other institutional investors. They don't even look at that. Most of the people that do this, how we funded Tafari. We funded Tafari by having a group of people like this. We have about 185 shareholders. And we raised money from these guys that we have to build the whole product ourselves and finish it and ready to launch it, which is why you can find it on the stores and you can be able to. We are in the process of raising more money to try and get us into the next stage of our business. And of course, if any of you guys are interested in this or wanting to become part of Tafari and become part of the owners of this bank, you are very welcome to talk to us. Then you've got the different stages. Sorry guys, it's a bit hot in here. These are the different types of stages. We all, when we start, bootstrapping, most of us start like that. You are employed, you are running a side business out of your own salary and trying to build that, hopefully to something where it becomes sustainable. Friends and family and angel investors. Now, this is, when you read these things, it's like, this is a way of getting funding. But the reality of it is that because we as a people lack intergenerational wealth and assets, it's not that easy to go talk to your own people and get access to money to start an operation. White folks, most of them don't have that problem. Okay, but we do. And the financial system structure assumes that everybody is able to go to their friends and families to ask for money. They are like us, they don't have nothing, they are busy looking for jobs out there. So this doesn't make sense. But that's a very interesting question because there is a recent study which was done, and you guys, I would encourage you to look at it by the Competition Commission, particularly in the ICT industry, around the way black people are and black startups are excluded from the online markets, where especially most guys, white guys easily access these things, not a problem. But Rona, we've got a problem accessing some of these. Crowdfunding, we as Tafari, we started something like that. That's how we got to where we are, because we knew unless we pooled our resources in numbers, we're not gonna get anywhere. Because individually, we were very weak, but together, I believe, we have proven that together we can do something that otherwise would not have been done. If I look at some of the black organizations that are here, I see that there's PIBCT and others. Guys, you mentioned that you've got 3,000 members. If each of those members was to put together 1,000 rand, whether it's every month or whatever else, imagine how much money you would pull together to be able to do something with this. If I look at the SMME chamber, you look at all of these guys, come together and you put something in the SA group. Individually, it's tough, but together. And if you don't do any of that, come to us. Come and be part of us. We're already there. Come and be part of us, and let's grow this cake. And this is how we build our own equity. Together, not individually. And then, of course, crowdfunding, there's the sites. You know, I've mentioned the Uprise, there's other crowdfunding sites in the US, Kickstarter, Jumpstart, and there's quite a few of those. They do require you to be able to do quite a number of things, but you do get, some of them are equity crowdfunding, and others are not even equity crowdfunding. They are, people just want to get some form of acknowledgement for participating in return for giving funds. So this is where also we can go in and attract some kind of funding that is non-dilutive in our businesses. And then, of course, we've got incubators. There's quite a few in this country. There's about 58 of them around the country. There's quite a list that you can get. If you go to this website that I've put in there, entrepreneur.com, and you look for the definitive list of South African business incubators, There's quite a big number of them there, and you can start to pull in if you think your business can, because incubators will provide some form of a structure, office, a bit of funding, a bit of marketing, a bit of mentoring for those that need it. And, you know, if I was talking what I was saying with regards to our own organizations, they could actually form incubators themselves to be able to do this. It can't just be others that are doing this, and we are not forming these things ourselves. We have to create them ourselves. And then there's accelerators, and one of them is this one called the IDF Capital. Yeah, I'm finishing off. IDF Capital, which is called I'm In Accelerator. So we need to look at that. And then, of course, there's also a whole list of accelerators that you can find on siliconcape.com. And then there's the pitching competitions, if you want. I have already spoken about the seed rounds, the Series A, Series B, Series D. These are the ones that you get when you're really now running and you're starting to make money and you start to grow your business. You'll be able to get those. And this is the financial life cycle of them. You can see at the beginning it's supposed to be high risk. The money is low, but the risk is high. And then over time, it changes. And similarly here, and this one tells you which are the type of people that you can engage with at different stages of fundraising. Conclusion, that's what I said, I'm almost done. Okay, so in conclusion, if we look at the value that the SMMEs actually bring to this country, 60% of private sector jobs come from SMMEs, and they contribute 40% of the economy. And yet, we are not a priority as a sector for government. That does not make sense. And we've talked about the funding gap. Look at the amounts of money that SMMEs get directly from government, 6%, from the private sector, 40%, 9%. And I remember I spoke to Nomso earlier that all the big listed companies are supposed to have 3% of their profits put aside, and it's almost, what, 80 billion? That's just sitting there. Who's accessing that? Who's getting it? These are things that we need to be able to look into and see. So, lastly, if I say that given the role that SMMEs actually create or play in this country in terms of job creation, why are we not focusing all our efforts in developing and growing these SMMEs? Why are we not doing that? It really doesn't make sense. They should be at the heart and at the center of our economic policy, but it's not. And of course, we spoke about changing of the mandates of the pension funds. That is crucial. Until we do that, we will not be able to get the necessary funds for equity investment in this country. Thank you.
A round of applause for Dr. Tabo for that. We appreciate the insights and the work of Tafari Capital. And I think you set such a great layout for the next session we're going to have. You are in the Innovation and SME track 2. And this is where there is, conceptual debates as well as ideas that we can speak on so that we are able to have SMMEs, thriving in our economy. I am going to call my panelists to the stage, and for now, the questions to the presentation will not be done. But what I would like from Dr. Tabo is to share this presentation to CETA so that it's distributed to all the delegates that are here, if there's permission for that. And the deputy chair of the CETA board is here, so Dr. Vuma will also pass that. And she's looking at me like, what? But colleagues, that information, and information is quite important for entrepreneurs. That information will be shared, and I think his details are there so that we are able to engage with him and really find ways of raising capital. So I'm going to call on the floor. This session is one of the session that I really wish the exhibitors can come in so that we can have one unison mind as entrepreneurs and small business owners, to actually put forth to CETA on how they can really be empowered to thrive in our economy. So I'm going to call the panelists, and I'll start with Mr. Mtuduzelo Mulomo. If you may kindly come on stage. Panelist number 1. There we go. And colleagues, this is a ICT professional whose experience spans for 15 years, and he has worked in both public and private sector, and has developed an e-learning platform. I think in the brink of the COVID pandemic, we saw the usage of e-learning platforms that are required for people who are working at home and staying at home and studying at home. However, most of the e-learning platforms that are being consumed are from international OTTs. And he has developed such a national intellectual property database called KIM, and he's going to tell us about that as soon as other panelists come in. And we're going to be followed by Dr. Leon Rolls, who happens to be the chairperson of the PBICT, and this is also a commissioner in the presidential 4IR, who happens also to be driving quite incredible business in the province where we are being hosted with GovTech. And I think what's important in this session is these are people that have, big profiles, and I'm just going to pick from their most active ones that they do day to day, that I know for a fact that when they start doing their work, it brings so much impact. And as we have heard even from the previous sessions, PBICT has incredible activities. One of the best one that I'm so proud of is the STEMI, which really develops the huge, incredible tech and science pool that we need in the country as we are in the fourth industrial revolution era. And Mr. Loiso Kira will be coming also on stage. He is the managing director of the National ICT SMME Chamber. And as I've mentioned, colleagues, these are big profiles. Look, this is a profile. These are the amount of work that these guys do. And as an MD of the National ICT Chamber, he also drives quite a lot of initiatives in the country regarding ICT implementation, and also has some of the subsidiaries of the chamber, which is Samdra, driving the mobile repairs training, as well as leapfrogging some of the unemployed youth to uptake these technical skills. And colleagues, these members, some of them, they sit in boards. So as I briefed them in the session, that this will be a session where we will not be mincing anything. But I mean, if you know about them, we have seen, they really don't mince anything. So if there might be some, in fact, we don't even need to mute. We are all going to hear what leaders have to say. But we're discussing today innovation and SMME. And my colleague, Dr. Tabo, mentioned number one, the government spending. If you follow the website of National Treasury, quarterly, they release the Vulindlela report, which will just spell out on how government spends and also where most of our money goes into regarding procurement. So the 2019-2020 report said that annually government spent close to 1.97 trillion. 938 billion has gone into big business. So they paint quite a great picture of where this money goes. And you'll be surprised, as Tabot has said, the first thing that we do is we fix income. Secondly, we give people grants. It goes to social grants. And thirdly, our biggest spenders are in education. So we're going to discuss discuss in this session on how really does this have an output. And since we're mentioning innovation, South Africa currently sits at number 60 in the 131 global economies in the Global Innovation Index. And that means we do have a capacity to, build and create innovation. But the output is so minimal, it's not showing. And we've seen that during the COVID pandemic, where quite a number of innovative solutions came through. And we saw how people were pitching how you can easily access your work, on how you can easily deploy fiber or Wi-Fi so that people have connectivity. But all of that innovation, does it really materialize? So I'm going to give my panelists quite a number of minutes so that they can paint a picture for us and also do tap into the challenges and also speak on the solutions. And I do want to also lay a foundation on how we can really ensure we have an enabling policy environment so that you and me as entrepreneurs, we thrive and we can proudly have South Africa in the top 10 where the world globally, WEF does record countries that produce, the biggest economies are produced by SMMEs. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. Mlomo, and really my question for you is to really tell the audience on how in the past 15 years you have managed to transition into different spheres, and now you have a business, and in that business there's a lot of IP in it, and I want us to take us through your innovation journey, and also how as a business owner you are actually receiving support in our environment and how that can be made possible. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. My colleagues, Mr. Rolls, Loiso, pleasure to engage again. I think the important learning experience for me around running a business over time is that over and above everything, the cruel truth and reality is we are operating in a capitalist world. We operate in markets, and those markets are structured in whatever fashion they are. And in many respects, we need to respond to that structuring, and we need to be agile. So the first thing that is important to note is that there are very strong, shall we say, demand side issues that we focused on, okay? And when we speak about the demand side issues from a policy perspective, the one thing that we are trying to appeal to policymakers and government around is that there's absolutely nothing wrong with South African products. And I'm a software guy. We build software. We want to sell our software. But from a policy side, you find a government with very progressive ideas, but the implementation lacks in the sense that local products are not being consumed sufficiently by government. The issue around localization solves a lot of issues that relate to the capacity to incubate ideas and commercialize those. So for us, we want to be good software developers. We want to build cutting-edge solutions, but we need the demand side to be addressed, where, for example, the South African ERP landscape at a government level has for a very long time been pushing the IFMS project that looked to implement very, very high volumes of Oracle licensing, SAP licensing. And yet, historically, we have a company like BCX that has built a very strong ERP solution. That ERP solution has the capacity to take South African solutions to the international market and build a footprint for us. Now, if government is not consuming at that scale local products, then we've got a huge problem. So policy needs to come through that is not throwing money at a horse that has got no legs. You've got to give the horse a chance in the race and then throw money at it, if you get what I mean. So our focus has been on building good solutions. We hope that government receives our message and gives us the opportunity to get into the race by consuming our products. So the change in the South African software landscape for us is brought about by localization. Without localization, you don't have the impetus to push innovation forward. And again, and the reason why I say localization is because we are not looking for handouts. We want to compete, okay? But government needs to take a policy position where they say we will consume local. We will build a South African ERP solution for government, and we will support the companies that build it. Without that, we haven't got legs. So we need to be competitive. We need to address the demand side of things from a South African perspective. So localization important. I think the other issues that we also are looking at, just to respond to your question more completely, are the fact that from a software perspective, you have choices. You can either be a consultant or you can own a product. And we've taken the decision to build products in which we house our intellectual property. The value of our business sits in our software. We're not looking to sell bodies and, sell hours of consulting. It works. You can live like that, but you don't build wealth that way. So we've got to build solutions. We've got to be supported by government to build those solutions, and that's the only way we build wealth, and that's the only way we then take products to the broader community and continent and around the world. So products, products, products for us. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you so much, Mr. Mlomo. I think you mentioned quite great things in there, and which really speaks on how our, the profile of the country is really on being a technology colony, and we sit on consumption in this day and age. Notwithstanding the fact that we do have innovators in the country. The first day of GovTech, we had a pitching session, and one would wonder if all that information of the SMMEs that were there, how will the progress go further? So it's quite important for us to really have an end in mind so that we are able to really place these solutions that these innovators have built. And I think from your perspective, with the e-learning platform that your company builds, is it somehow being consumed in the education sector, or is it more likely to be consumed in the big business or any business sector?
Yeah, so we're focused on the private sector primarily. So we've got 46,000 accredited training providers across all the SETAs. So if we're able to get 5-10% of that market on a subscription monthly basis, that works beautifully because then we have good cash flows being generated out of that. But ultimately, what we're looking to do is to scale the product in such a way, and we look at South Africa as almost an incubation center for any global or Pan-Africanist adventure we decide to go on. South Africa is a market, but our scale sometimes requires that in order to become a power player in the software game, you really, really need to scale outside of our borders. So South Africa will allow us to build that prototype, if you want to call it that, and then understand what the international experience would look like and begin to scale that. So it's subscription-based for now. We've also looked at the TVET colleges. I think we've submitted, in the last month, there have been 6 large tenders from the TVET colleges we've responded to. So that market, because of the COVID issue, is growing from an e-learning perspective. So you've got the TVET colleges. And then you've got the SETAs, the skills authorities themselves, who are looking to understand how they're spending their money. So there are a lot of money is being spent by the SETAs on learnerships, bursaries, etc. But if you look at it from a cascading perspective, from a national viewpoint down to a, say, regional viewpoint, you need to be able to consolidate that data. You need to be able to consolidate processes that are used to administer training. You need to be able to create standardization so that you're developing quality outputs. So we're looking at the SETAs. And then ultimately, we think the universities are there as a potential client, but that's for the longer term. The National Intellectual Property Database that we built for Department of Science and Innovation is currently running across all the universities in the country. The CSIR uses it, the ARC uses it, and essentially all the intellectual property, copyrights, patents, etc., that are created out of state-funded research are managed on that platform. So we understand education, we understand the importance of intellectual property, and again, we look to government to water the seed so it can grow. Thank you.
Thank you for those insights. So I want to move on to you, Mr. Giga, to really paint a picture for us regarding innovation. South Africa has 2.5 million SMMEs. And I read a report that in the past 2 years of the pandemic, about 41,000 SMMEs were added in. And the age group within that, it's between 35 and 55. And you know, there are a lot of jobs that were shared. So people see building up a business as a way to life and also as a way to actually have a survival and also to really implement their business ideas. So my question is, the National ICT SMME Chamber, PBICT is one of the biggest advocacy and lobbyist group to really push for policy and push for SMME enrichment and also to ensure there is a great working or great relationships between private and public and SMMEs. I want to look at what I mentioned regarding innovation being invested in, but the output is so little, yet we have so many SMMEs that can actually drive the GDP of this country and solve our unemployment problems. So just take us through that.
No, thank you, Nomso. I read a book last week called Verwoed, that's the name of the book. There's one thing that just struck me in the book, in what he says in one of the meetings he has with his colleagues. He says, talking about apartheid, he says he will design a system such that no future government, even if that government is the government of the natives, will be able to untangle it. It goes into details that this system will be built on institutions, and what comes to mind is the institutions of the bank. And I will, when I speak, you will see why that is important. Because if we are to strengthen an ecosystem for innovation, especially in a country like South Africa, especially bringing in SMMEs, these SMMEs are basically these people that this system that we still live under, that by now even our own government seems to unintentionally perpetuate, ensures that this does not happen. Let me just give a bit of a background. We are not in any way also lacking in understanding of what needs to be done to create a system of innovation or an ecosystem of innovation that will thrive. For example, we've got the 1919 Science and Technology and Innovation White Paper, which has 4 pillars that it aspires to achieve. One of them is that we need to develop an enabling environment for innovation. We need to develop a local ecosystems for innovation. It talks about strengthening the national system of innovation, just that word to explain it a bit. It's a word used globally, which is basically all the ecosystem structure and functions that support the country for innovation purposes. But what it does, it says we should the emphasis should be put on social, grassroots innovation, and SMEs. The paper puts itself as the center for South African development because it recognizes that in order for South Africa to move forward, it needs to embrace innovation. And the center, and it puts the SMEs as a center. Now, there are a lot of models, there are a lot of actors, and if we can just focus on the National System of Innovation, which is basically a measure of how good or how bad a country or the systems, a measure of the systems in the country, how good or how bad they will do in terms of their innovation ecosystems. And usually, if you look at all the models around the NSI, and I'll take the simple one, which is a triple helix model, it has 3 players. One of those players is industry. And in all the countries where, by industry I mean everybody, I'll zoom into SMEs, in all the countries where those countries do well in terms of the innovation index and innovation and coming up with things, industry invests a lot of money into R&D. They don't simply do what most of our companies, especially in the IT sector, most of them, not all of them, but most of them, especially the big ones, they do not simply consume technology from other countries and resell. That's what mainly our IT integrators and IT companies do. The second actor in this is the research academia and research institutions, because really those are the centers of knowledge, and they would produce the research that is needed to create innovation systems. And you've got then government, which is supposed to play a pivotal role in coordinating the other two and ensuring that there's an environment. And I think I want to focus on really what government does. And I sit in a number of boards, and a lot of other colleagues here who sit in a number of boards. And whether it's government as national government in terms of policy, this is one of their policy, whether it's funding institutions of government, whether it's the procurement policies, and. The question that we ask is that, is our government doing what it's supposed to do to support innovation? The answer is simply not really. There are pockets there and there that do try to drive this, but the evidence out there is that government is not doing its role or doing its ultimate role in ensuring that it does this thing of coordinating between all the other role players and ensuring that it puts an environment. Let me put it in a way of an example. The first colleague they spoke about a system that's developed in this ERP system. It's just software. If you look at Oracle, it's really software. With the universities that we have and all the research institutions that we have, there is no reason that government cannot decide that we will develop an ERP system. It can take an already existing one and push it. That's what China has done with Huawei. That's what France has done with the likes of Uber. They support a particular innovation in their country internally first, and they make sure that it moves outwards. We're not going to go far if we are going to talk about that one lab and that one lab. That's not the role of government. Government needs to act at a macro level so that there is scale, so that there is impact. If we're going to go and build one lab then and go and celebrate because we've built a lab with 21 people, we're not going to go far, because that's not the role of government. That's just 21 people. Government needs to put a system that works for everybody, so that if any young person or any person can develop a software or a system or any form of innovation, there is a space for that innovation to compete nationally, but not only nationally, to be supported to compete globally, because countries that take innovation seriously and take their economic growth and job situation in their countries do that. They support innovation. And that's really the big role that I'm not seeing happening. We have, for instance, at MICTC have decided that for our LMS system, which is a learner management system, which is a core of our system, we're not going to go on tender. We're going to ask a university to develop it for us. It's currently under development. And once that's done, the chances are we're going to get some SME to commercialize that and take it elsewhere. So even within the policy environment that we have, there is enough for boards, for government to be able to do what needs to be done. The issue where I find is simply the will to get things to be done, for me, seems to be a problem. Yes, you can improve on the policy environment. Yes, you can improve on the laws in such that this can be done more efficiently, but already with what we have, I find that we're not doing enough. Thirdly, we need to have an easy way of taking research or IP from universities or from the likes of CSIR in terms of the IP to commercialization by SMEs. And whether that's by licensing, whether that's simply giving this IP to SMEs, coupled with funding, coupled with the procurement side, meaning government needs to be the first adopter of the technology from these SMEs. I think I'll leave it there for now. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kika. Dr. Rose, I'm going to come to you, and the various roles you play in the industry, I mean, from grassroots to also in the public sector, you have insights regarding how policy has failed to really enable the environment. Also, I know your perspectives regarding now how the theory of change can be implemented. We've seen in the past year where policies that were going to bring such a huge change for businesses in the ICT telecoms sector, and how that policy quickly changed, and it enabled certain part of the market structure and also pushed aside a certain part. So there is now a number of years where we're going to see the impact of this. And I mean, the objectives of the PBICT is to push for ownership, push for wealth generation, and also push for skills development so that we have entrepreneurs that are able to manage their businesses. So I want us to give us insights currently on the status quo of how the business sector is looking like, and also the theory of change. And I think the theory of change, I'll put it across all the panelists, but also the theory of change on how we can really get to the apex of development, where we said this is now an ideal situation for South African SMMEs. Take it away.
No, thank you very much, Nomsa, and good afternoon to everyone. You know, I'm sitting here and from yesterday when I came to GovTech, actually from when I picked up my tag, people have been talking about, PBICT. PBICT is a headache. So this year we thought that we're going to bring our ladies. Because I apologize on their behalf. No, I thought they're going to be soft. So now I have to play the role of being soft. You see, for the first time, going to play the role of being very soft. You know the biggest problem that you have, if you have to sit in this room right now, I'm very intimidated by this blue and white in my back. It's like eating my progressive mantra or my energy. It's really sucking. And I feel sorry for progressive people that actually work for CETA. You'll never be progressive working for an organization where its logos and colors are blue and white. They're not progressive, they're not Pan-African, there's nothing about it. That's why we have the situation where it is now. So the first change that needs to happen, we need to start being progressive. We need to stop dancing around and trying to beg for transformation. Transformation is not for white people. Transformation is for Africans. I once attended a meeting, I found myself, I don't know how, attending a meeting of the BEE sector, ICT BEE sector. I asked a simple question. Why do we have a white man as an acting CEO of the sector? The guy resigned. I don't know what happened. It's not because of me or that question. We need to stop that immediately. Now, on the left-hand side, those seats are all empty. On the right-hand side, they're half empty. Now, if you are having a GovTech and you are calling me to say, here, we are coming to represent SMMEs, where are those people? Why are they not here? You're in a hosting province that spends close to 250 million to CETA. Why is that province not here? Why is it that Setumo, my SMME over there, I met him in 2017 at the ITU. He's been pushing that innovation of his, attending every competition. He even went overseas to compete. But today he's competing with Huawei. Today he's competing with Vodacom subsidiaries. The change is happening in the wrong direction. It's not happening in the right direction where it's headed to be. If you have to look at the import versus export of South Africa, the gap is 94 billion. That's the deficit. It's 94 billion of rands that we are giving to them. The very same Huawei that are out there that have big build stands and spent a lot of money and tomorrow they're going to be submitting new invoices for new technologies that you're not even going to use in government. Why are we still using Windows, Microsoft operating system, when we have Linux? Why are we still using Microsoft Office when we have Open Office? Innovation will never happen in this country until such time that we get rid of those things and start using Linux and get the SMMEs to start developing those solutions. I do not agree with PCX developing an ERP solution that must be used in government. I agree with SMMEs, our SMMEs, developing that solution and implementing it. If you look at M-Score, what happened with M-Score? White companies that built the M-Score application, they charged each and every municipality 50 million to build one application once at a cost of 50 million. You're a developer. I'm a developer. At 50 million, you can develop an entire ERP for one municipality. They charge that 50 million 256 times. Why do we allow this as government? Until we change and we transform to the right direction. Look at what happened with the spectrum. Now we go out and we market and we sell the spectrum. But before we sell the spectrum, what does government do? For 2 years, you give your MTN and your Vodacom spectrum to operate for free. Go and look at the ICASA report of last year. It will tell you that during that period, the revenue increased in the telecoms by 16 million, if not 15 million. But we go and sell the spectrum to them as a collective for 12 million or whatever it was. Billions. For billions, sorry. No, we don't make R1 billion, so I'm scared to say that number. So thank you for that. But we go and clap hands and we put shoulder back, oh, we've made so much money. We've just given that spectrum for free. Go and look at the same spectrum that was given, not even sold, that was given to them. Go and look at it in the United States and Israel and everywhere else, the same spectrum. It went for $250 billion. And these are the kind of mediocre things that we do. Now, government spends 15.1 billion per annum on ICT spend. I can guarantee you that if CETA has to call for an investigation, you will find that not even 5, maybe even 4 of white companies are dominating that majority spend. And it's happening every year. You go and go back to the establishment of CETA. Go and look and see who is heading and who makes the decisions at CETA on who should be appointed to do whatever work. Now, you will remember that in GovTech 2017, 2018, there were serious resolutions that were taken. We made serious recommendations. Today, those recommendations are not implemented. All you do every time when it comes to GovTech, now you've been dictated. As government, as CETA, and as everyone else, you've been dictated by those people with big stands out there. And they have said to you, go to Africa. You have not fixed South Africa, but your whole theme is about you digitizing Africa. You cannot do that. Don't embarrass yourself. We haven't digitized. We are failing to have a proper system here. We don't even have an IFMS as government. We don't even have a proper home affairs system. Have you seen that system? There's a tender they took out. When they looked at on the databases to say the amount of space that they had, you say, oh my God, what does this mean to even have a proper home affairs system? These are realities. The change needs to happen in the right way. But why is the change happening in the wrong way? We appoint wrong people to sit on boards. We appoint wrong people to head ICT. We appoint wrong people to head state-owned entities. And when they mess up, we move them, we put another wrong person to make a wrong decision. We are doing injustice to the people and we forget what we are here for. You know, every time, DP, when we attend these things, I always tell you this. What do those people know about SMMEs? You're not even SMME, but you want to tell me about SMMEs. I have 3,000 SMMEs. That's just my SMMEs alone, by the way. combined with my professionals and my students. No, Pala, you'll correct me. I think the last time we checked before we went to conferences, about 4,000, we're going to 5,000 now. That's the people we have now. When we stand in these forums, I'm not talking like this. It's not me. I'm all right. I promise you, I'm all right with what I do. I'm all right with the money I'm making. Every day I have to wake up in the morning, I have to deal with 5,000 people complaining every day. Then you say I'm angry. I'm not angry. I'm voicing out from the mandate of the people that are standing behind me. When you invite PBICT to come onto the stand, you're inviting 5,000 problems. Why do we have these CEDAs and these CFAs and all these people that's supposed to give us funding? Those things are useless. They don't work. And I say they're useless because they are of less use to me. Right now, we are sitting with opportunities, we're sitting with innovations, we're sitting with projects that can assist government and create the jobs that the doctor was talking about. But those useless funding agencies, or whatever you want to call them, South Africa, we like having fancy terms and fancy things for titles, for things that don't work for us. Go and ask for funding, like the doc said. Beautiful innovations like this. Sidoma, from 2017, we've been trying to get funding. It doesn't happen. Now what you do is you go to government, and we asked this, if you remember PBICT, we asked this to Minister Ukwel. We said, Minister, don't come and tell us that if I have made a cell phone or if I've innovated something, don't tell me to go look for market. No. You as government must be my first market. These transversal tenders that are full day in SITA don't work. You go to a small municipality and they want connectivity, NOMSO. And that municipality's budget per month is 2,500 Rand on a simple connectivity. Submitting in the tender is Vodacom. Hi, Mabo. Kwakhala nyonin. It is wrong. It is very wrong. Now, if I have to just ask a rhetoric question, I have a lot of SMMEs that have been meeting here. Some are in branding and some are doing great jobs. I've done great jobs with them. When 2010 was there, you know, the guys are there. They know how to do everything that is here. We ask this question that we ask in every gathering like this or conference like this. Who did the branding? Is it an African branding company? Who did this tag, this registration? I know I have people that can do this. Then we are told by the very same people that are supposed to be the vehicles of transformation, I do not find my SMMEs when you need them. I have 3,000 of them. I can give you the list. If you have to go to the stand of Zedna, they will tell you that when they had an initiative of that program, they wanted to have a room full of 100 SMMEs. We coordinated and we facilitated that, we made sure it was full. When it came to ITU with that training, they wanted the room to be, we filled that room. So when you're supposed to give SMMEs an opportunity, you don't know where to find them. But where you're having a function like this, or you have something that is going to make you look good as if you're doing a great job on SMMEs, you can find those SMMEs to come and do window dressing. We are not impressed by what happens. So the change is happening and it's happening wrong. What does that tell you? It means that the people that are driving the change are doing it wrong. Now, I was told that I must start being careful when I speak in these things here. But I think I'm not going to do that. So you see, there's this company called Broadband Infraco. Now, SITA, if you drop your arrogance and you humble yourself, ube nobuntu, don't think like this blue and white. Start thinking progressive. Go and sit down with Broadband Infraco and say, please help us. How do you do it? How do you empower SMMEs? Those of you that are in the space of telecoms, you will see that Broadband Infraco released a tender, and it says 100% black, 50% woman-owned, 50% youth-owned. That's progressive, that. Now, if they can do it, why is everyone else scared to do it? It's within the same government, it's within the same legislation, it's within the same of everything. The SMMEs that are creating jobs and the SMMEs that have a potential of creating jobs are not the white-owned SMMEs, are not the Indian-owned SMMEs. It's the Black African-owned SMMEs. Because I will not go and look for someone emhlanga to come and do my work for me. Ngizohamba ngemakhaya eMondlo. And when ngifika ekhaya eMondlo, I will find these young kids and I will bring them to come work for me. And I'm not talking about something that is a dream. I'm talking about something that is happening, something that we've agreed as PBICT. That is what we do. Ukuthi hamba buyele ekhaya. Take one. I've got 3 boys in eNyanyata bebelusa imbuzi lapha. Those boys are climbing 10 towers today. I've got boys from Elamonte, and I've got young ladies that are from KwaXalusa. Today they are climbing towers, they are lining radios. Today they're telecoms, today they're running my knock. And you can come any day and look at it. Now go to Eastern Cape, to Felix, you'll find the same. Go to Welcome, you'll find the same. Go to Larry in Free State, you'll find the same. Go everywhere. Because that is where the change is supposed to happen, Noms. If we are changing and we're still thinking that we are going to change by being apologetic, by being diplomatic, by dancing around transformation and being afraid to say that transformation is for Africans in South Africa, we are not going to change. As long as government wait, we are still having the people abathi mebeye esikolweni bayokwenza i-public administration, and those people are running government, and you think you're going to change? It's 20 years now, they've been running it. Pencil pushers. You're going to have a problem. You're not going to change anything until we face those realities. Now, lastly, Noms, look at our parliament. I want all of you, in your minds, to look at the parliament. Look at it. It's sitting there. You got 4IR. Look at 4IR. I want you to look at what's happening in Dubai. Look at the people that are making serious advancement when it comes to 4IR. Ne? Come back and look at the parliament. Look at Dubai. Look at parliament. Age is a problem. Ne? Thank you very much.
Commissioner Leon, we discussed something before we started, but I want to get to the theory of change, Mr. Molomo. And Mr. Instead of having this exothermic reaction, it's actually going backwards. Those that have been enriched already are getting more enriched. Perhaps maybe there's a loop where these are happening. But now there is a need for championing. So I think from your perspective, running a business and being able to really build it from scratch, where do you see that championing happening from?
Look, I think the challenges we face, and earlier on I said, look, the reality of the matter is, we're in a capitalist society. So that structural reality is there, and we've got to be agile enough to navigate around it. I think we also don't want to underestimate the shall I say, the challenges that arise from our history. So when Dr. Rawls is saying we've got an aged parliament, that is a function of our liberation. Those are the people who liberated us. They are there, and only time will deal with that problem. The question is, what do we do in the intervening period, And one of the issues that really needs to be addressed is, and again, I speak from an IT perspective, is the fact that we're fighting sometimes the wrong battle, I believe. We, as previously disadvantaged or Black people, do not have the technical ownership of our economy. Okay? So, as a starting point, when I go to, say, Standard Bank to try and do a deal, we may have executive sponsorship that says to middle management, talk to this man and see how you can work with him. But when I go to middle management, there are no Black people there. Those technical decisions that drive technology, architecture decisions are not in our hands. So sometimes I feel maybe we're fighting the wrong battle. Maybe we need to win it at the middle level and then go the executive. I know it sounds a bit weird, but if we're able to have that technical ownership of that business, it equates to the technical ownership of our economy. And that for me is a huge problem. So we've got to build capacity. So what's the challenge now? If you look at the current curricula, for example, that MICT is dealing with, and again, I say this with a bit of caution, the OEMs that dominate the ICT market have certain certifications. And I give an example of a friend of ours who 6 years ago was unemployed and went on to study an Oracle certification. And, I think it took a year or 6 months, I can't remember, but shortly thereafter, this young fellow was employed. And now he's working, I think he's billing his time out 6 years later, 850, 900 Rand an hour, because he has a skill. So we've got to reconcile perhaps what we think is a marketable skill with what we're giving our youngsters. Okay? I don't see any harm in getting all that MICT money and saying we are going to produce 200 Oracle certified engineers. Teach them Java, give them Oracle certificates. It's far more enriching than the stuff we're giving them now. Those kids come out of these learnerships. I take some of them. We interviewed 300 learners and we ended up with 5. That's the level or the quality of the output from the CETA. So we've got to look at technical ownership. We've got to look at how we empower our kids with the tools, because every single entrepreneur out there starts off as a techie. Everybody starts off doing something. But the question is, how well do you do it? Because you, again, in a competitive world, you're in a capitalist world, and unfortunately, you need to be strong to survive. That's the reality. But you can't do that with the right skill sets. So for me, the ideal situation is to focus perhaps a little bit more on middle management, technical ownership. Yes, let the politicians do the executive stuff. That's the stuff they do. They make noise about it. We're not going anywhere. We know that. And we hope that perhaps with time, we realize that our kids need the skills. Let's get them strong so that as time passes, as Parliament grows younger, we have the right people with the right skills. And so skills, again, policy, and let's focus on the right fight, I think, for me. Thank you.
I like that. Let's focus on the right fight. And I think the people that are now in the board of CETA, I know are people that are able to see the requirements for transformation. And the champion currently in the ICT industry, it's a young minister. But I want us to really point out, Mr. Geha, where the leakages are. I mentioned earlier that South Africa, our government spent, public government spent 1.97 trillion. First of all, it goes into our debt, it goes to ESCOM, it goes to education. Those are the biggest spenders. And Mr. Mulomo, you really laying it out that what's critical currently is skills development. Because really, the effects of globalization, we cannot stop them. The structure of the market, we cannot stop it. But now, how do we ensure that with the institutions or departments that we can have a say in, they are able to actually uptake what comes from the SMMEs and are implementing it? So this is really like a policy position. And I know that the DG of DSBD will be coming later on just to really present about enabling policy environment. But now this is a policy position. We've seen how policy have failed, policies that had a contribution from SMMEs and were never implemented. We have seen a change on those policies that are coming up now. But I want us to really point out and say, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, this is the leak.
Thank you, Nomso. I think I'll tie it back to an earlier comment that I made about fair vote. I think our leaders, both at the level of parliament, in terms of your legislatures, and in the boards, including the executives, need to realize that what they are doing now, they are actually the agents of apartheid. It's no longer apartheid. So when the country was given to majority rule, a fair vote deliberately set up the system in such a way that we will continue implementing apartheid ourselves. I'm going to declare, there was something said about BBI, declaration. I'm also a board member at BBI, and I see one of my procurement people is here sitting there at the back. One of the first things I did in my first meeting, the target for Black Economic Empowerment level was level 4. And that's a state-owned institution. I got into the board and said, no, this cannot work. This cannot work. We can't sit as BBI and say we are happy with targeting level 4B1. Same thing at MI City City also. I sit in that board. The chair is here in front. We said we will not accept anything other than PE level 1. We are a state-owned institution. Now, I don't know previously how was those things allowed. The second thing at BBI that we had, there was a report that last year we assisted 3 SMMEs. And that was okay because that was the target for the CFO. But where is all the other procurement goes to? Again, we said, no, stops now, immediately in that meeting. So, Nomso, the issue is people. I once said in a meeting at MI City Sita that the issue, the way we do procurement is such that it's anti-innovation. The chair corrected me to say, no, Luis. Yes, you can improve on it, but with the tools that you have, you are able to do certain things, and we are failing to do that. Whether you're talking about CETA, whether you're talking about these CETAs, the issue is that the people that are there are failing to do, whether they're doing it deliberately or apartheid got into such in their heads such that they don't realize that they are now perpetuating what was designed to make sure that it keeps the majority of South Africans where they are. But the sad thing is that very same system is anti-innovation. Because in a country where the majority of your people are kept in such a way that they cannot progress or move forward, it also means that the sort of innovation will be limited to a very few, and it will not scale enough to take the country out of the doldrums, meaning creating jobs and growing in terms of economic growth. And I'm not sure, looking at Parliament, I'm not sure, and looking at our younger leaders, I'm not sure they're not going to, because their behavior is no different from the previous generation. They've also seemed to have consumed the behavior of the older generation. So unless we do something about how we think and how we do things, I don't foresee that simply by replacing the older generation with a younger ones, and I'm looking at the younger politicians that I know, I don't see any difference. So I think enough of us who can see what is going wrong in wherever we are, we need to start being the change that we want to see in the decisions that we make and call them out, those that want to continue to be agents of apartheid, like the spectrum issue that Leon was talking about. We had a very progressive policy of the WOAN, which would have given ownership to SMME-based companies to previously disadvantaged people, and overnight, we simply just wiped out that policy. You know, for me, that's again perpetuating the very same policy that says black people are okay as long as they operate there, not at the level of ownership. Ownership is reserved for certain people. So for me, it's exactly that. It's the policy is there. There's lots within the instruments to get things done. And the experience I've seen so far, even if you change policy, the people themselves, simply abort or, and I'm using that word, or are being incentivized in one way or the other to continue perpetuating what apartheid wanted designed for the majority of the people in the country.
Thanks for those insights. And this will be my last, forgot to mention that. So, Mr. Mulomo, you mentioned that there's quite a huge need to ensure we inject the technical skills development required, not only in assist localization, but also we can also outdo the globalization that we're facing in the country. Mr. Kieha, you mentioned there's a need for a paradigm shift, starting from decision making to actually the people within supply chain policies. And Dr. Rawls, lastly, in this whole coordination we've mentioned, we know that we have a weakened executive, if you can put it like that is unable to implement transformation. So now we've seen the leakage. Now, in order now to undo that, what is it that, once again, the SMME ecosystem needs to do in order to be the drive of that change?
Yeah, no, thank you, Nomso, for. No, I think that if you look at the environment that SMME is forced to operate in this country, it's poison, absolute poison. Now, in the ICT sector, obviously, when we look at change in the ICT, we look at CETA. Unfortunately, CETA will take the brunt. You go to municipalities, they will tell you you must be on a CETA database before you get some job. We say, where's that CETA database? We go to CETA, they said we must be on your database. CETA says, I have no database. Because that's one of the things that they have done, to make it look as if they have some databases and they are the it and be it all of. You with me? Now, CETA is just a glorified business development unit for all these big companies that are there outside. In the last ITU, in the last GovTech that we had, we came up with a very good program. We called it the Industry Transformation Unit. Now, what was happening there is that we would sit with CETA and we would discuss certain opportunities and what they needed to change to make sure that the SMMEs can actually benefit. And it can also improve the BE scoring of CETA. We used to actually even talk about that. Now someone came and crashed that thing. Now we were advocating for that in post office, in BBI, and in everywhere. And I want to challenge BBI that when they form the new entity as well, that they must look at having that transformation unit. No one will tell you about SMMEs other than us. No one. We deal with SMMEs, BITF, Osanele, the Chamber, Qiniso, PPICT. We deal with SMMEs every day. There's Sabispa, there's Youth Economic Alliance. Call us, all of you as entities and as government. Let us sit down and say, how do we ensure that the environment is not poisonous for SMMEs? And how can we work together? That's one of the things that we need to do. And there's a lot of issues that we can then address in there. CETA had a very good innovation and a solution for solving this problem, the Industry Transformation Unit. That must be reinstated. Not only reinstated just at CETA, but all state-owned entities need to look at that. You need to go look at broadband infraco, especially their procurement. How are they in the same legislation able to do what they've done? Transformation was challenged up to the Constitutional Court, and unfortunately, AfriForum lost. And government came back and tell you that no, you are supposed to do that. Now, if you look at the Constitution and you read it, it will tell you that, yes, mustn't be racist, mustn't be this and that, but in there it makes provision that if it's addressing an issue from the previous regime, because it was never government, If it's addressing that issue and it's addressing transformation, then you can apply these things. But we as government, we refuse to do that. Now what happens? Politicians make a decision. In December, they'll be making decisions. We'll go to election 2024, people will make a decision who they want to lead in government. Now, when it gets in there, now you have an entire process that is written to go and amend the legislation. We make inputs on it because it's not favoring someone. Now, from the DG level, ministers are fine. They know what, they have a mandate. Comes to the DG knows what they're supposed to do. Comes one level down, starts getting diluted. They send it one level down, gets diluted even more, up until a point it gets to this level where they dominate. Those are the people that are the poison to transformation in this country. Now, I'll make a very simple example. We're in business, we have some contracts. We know where we stand. Now, some political parties, when they came into a municipality and they win, the first thing they do, they say, hey, Leon, there's your letter of termination. Because we're not aligned politically. And it happens. Go look at City of Joburg. See where's the black SMMEs that were doing work with the City of Joburg. They're gone. There's only 2 or 3 companies now that's doing all that work in City of Joburg. And it's the same ones that's doing work in the City of Cape Town. Same ones that were imposed also in Nelson Mandela Bay. We want to be apologetic. We want to be apologetic. Yet when we have to write reports and we have to do presentations, we make things look and seem as if they are okay, as if we're doing a good job. We are not. Legislation norms, so if we have to really look at it, do you know that we do not have to change it to address transformation? If you look at the PFMA properly, from a progressive mind, you look at it in conjunction with the Constitution, you look at the supply chain framework, you look at everything, it will tell you that the people that wrote this legislation, when they were thinking, they were revolutionaries. Because it says, government, if you cannot provide a service, look at other government entities. Otherwise, look at PBI or whichever other state-owned entities and do the work there. Or if there's a municipality that can provide. If ESCOM, you want electricity, go to ESCOM if you can't provide electricity. Municipalities can provide, can generate electricity. If they can generate electricity, they don't need to buy it from ESCOM. But if they can't, they must buy it from ESCOM. Then it says, if you do not find government, go to community-based organizations or otherwise entities. And that you should talk your cooperative, your SMMEs and that. If you can't, then go out to market. That is where we go wrong, and that is what we need to change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my panelists. I know we ran out of time and we've been eating on the next presentation's time, but I'm very tempted to request for questions, but I will not. And perhaps maybe you can get hold of my panel members during the networking time. And I really want to thank you for the insights, the provision of skills, technical skills development, a paradigm change, not only in the executive, but also in the middle management and the people that actually have to act on transformation. And I think if we were to document this, this will be such a great policy formulation contribution for policies that are meant to actually enrich SMMEs. So I really want to thank you for making time and for these insights and your perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause.
Okay.
But I see there's a very persistent hand up there. And I want to say, come closer maybe, because I don't have someone to give you the mic. Oh, okay, so panelists.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Tabangti. I'm from Gauteng Department of Economic development. I'm just saying that if we don't take these matters that are raised in this forum serious and maybe engage CETA and give them an opportunity also to respond, I think we will just turn this important occasion into a talk shop. Because also from departments ourselves, we are concerned with transformation and with the way things are being dealt with through CETA. Let me make an example. CETA has original equipment manufacturer framework contracts and make provision for subcontracting to SMMEs or any other companies that are transformed. So if you talk of original equipment manufacturer like Esri, is an American-based company that you then award a contract. For instance, in Gauteng, we have a GIS contract for 3 years. It means every 3 years we'll renew it, but there's no role for SMMEs to play or to get into that space. So we need to give CETA also an opportunity to respond to these issues so that in future they can make different arrangements that will benefit SMMEs. Thank you.
I think I do want to take that, but I'm only seeing only the deputy chair of the CETA board, and I don't want to bring her or put her in a corner. But what Dr. Rolls has suggested regarding that industrial transformation unit, I think this is one of the most crisp and quite clear, theories of change where CETA can begin, or any other state-owned entity, to actually ensure that there is transformation that can be monitored and can actually be quantified, that you moved SMME business A from earning 100,000 a year, and now they are earning 2 million a year. And then after a year, they've grown up to 20 million. So I think there are a couple of ideas that all the lobby groups can put together, and I think they do in quite a very prominent way, that can be brought into city. And also there is a committee that actually takes up these ideas, right, Leon? Yeah. So, Dr. Vuma, I know I'm going to put you on the spot. There's a note we're going to give you. And in that note, we want to actually see the outcomes of this discussion being part of the agenda at CETA regarding transformation. And I think from there, we can sort of start from that point, even though it's something that has commenced a long time ago, but it can be something that can start to see, we can start to see impact as SMMEs. Is that fine? I think that's a start. I can follow up with Dr. Vuma and share with the leaders of these lobby groups. And coming up, and I know sometimes, it's almost 5, but we're going to have our last presentation from the Director General at the Department of Small Business Development, and is going to share the insights of how the department has worked to really optimize policies so that it responds to some of these issues and challenges that we are seeing that are quite very old, and one would think that we are really repeating and there's no change. But my boss in another side is going to come and share on how the department is really working towards to unlock and also synthesize some of these issues. So I'm going to give you the stage, my leader. I don't think they've mic'd you,
No, no, no. Are these not working? These ones are not working. Okay. Good afternoon. Normally they call these graveyard shifts. I don't know this one. Just before 5, whether it's an ancestor shift, it's beyond graveyard. I will try and be very brief. I think we had a very robust discussion with the previous panel, and I was here listening attentively, because it's good sometimes to get feedback rather than just doing and continuing doing what you've been doing in the past. So it's important for us to really look at the issues that have been raised. I think one of the key issues that was raised is localization and consumption by government of the the work that is done by SMMEs, especially those that are involved in the ICT space. And I think it's one of the things that we're going to take up. We have, as a department, looked at government spend and identified products that we said these products can and should be produced locally by SMEs instead of us importing these products or even giving them to big businesses. But it's important for us also to be clear that if it goes to small businesses, they must also go to, the price must be right. That's why from CEDA side in particular, we do support small businesses with the quality issues, the pricing, the packaging, the marketing, and all these other things that are necessary for a small business to be successful. I'm not sure, Nomsa, whether I still have to run with the presentation. I know that it's very late. I'm not sure whether it's projecting. I don't know how to use this technology. Okay. Okay, I'll try and skip a lot of information. I think it has been shared. But just to highlight here that we know that SMMEs are not just, not contributing that much. They are contributing a lot in terms of the total turnover. For example, you can see out of the 11 trillion, SMEs, they contributed 23%. And you can see on the slide that there has been a consistent growth in terms of small businesses, even from 2016 to 2020, they've been growing from 16% to 23%. These are the issues that have been raised in all the studies that we've done. It's similar issues. They date back years. You'll see that in 1995, there was an SMME white paper that spoke to the similar issues that were raised by SMMEs. But I think the challenge has been this consistent implementation across all spheres of government. You see issues around poor infrastructure, management skills, lack of innovation and research development, recognition by large firms, regulation and red tape, a lack of access to land, amongst other issues. This is just a deeper analysis in terms of what has been happening, especially when it comes to access to finance. These are the issues that we are dealing with in terms of, we are in the process of finalizing the first of its kind, which is an SMME and cooperatives funding policy, which is driven by government, but we're working closely with the private sector because we've seen that as government, we can never, ever be able to satisfy the need because it is estimated, in fact, these are 2017 statistics from FinFine, that the demand for finance is between 86 billion and 346 billion. So obviously, as government alone, we will never be able to have this money to support SMEs. So we are in that process of finalizing the first policy that will be talking to support financial support for small businesses. We've started addressing this, even though the policy is not finalized. For example, through small enterprise finance agencies, for example, they've changed from asking you to come with collateral. You can be funded based on cash flow projections. These are some of the issues that also were raised. I'm not going to dwell on these ones. It's issues around skills, which is very critical because you cannot really run a business if you don't have the appropriate skills to run the business. This is one of the critical slides that maybe I'll spend a few minutes on. Our mandate, we know that there are those SMMEs that are just there for survival, but there are those SMEs that are growth focused, that are supposed to assist the country to grow. That's why, we try and strike a balance between supporting those that are growth focused, because we know that's where we're going to see transformation. That's where we're going to see jobs created, but that's where we're also going to see economic growth being pushed by small businesses. And then on the other hand, we have livelihood support, where we do see most of these SMEs are based in township and rural areas. We are saying as government, we have to support both, because some of them that are going to be coming from the livelihood support are going to grow and become big businesses in the future. So this continuous support and making sure that we are able to handhold these SMMEs is critical for us as government. Then from government side, these are the things that we are pushing for, that we need to do to address the issues that were raised in the past. We, as government, we have come up with quite a number of policies, including the white paper that I spoke about earlier. It identified the same issues that I challenged. This was done in 1995. We have the National Small Enterprise Act, Cooperatives Development Act. We also have the integrated strategy for promotion of entrepreneurship and small enterprises. We've done an evaluation of the implementation of this because it doesn't help us as government to keep on coming up with new policies and not evaluate whether we are able to implement this. After the evaluation of this ISPESE, we were able to come up with what we call the NISET master plan, which is aimed at addressing those issues that were not addressed when we were implementing the ISPESE. So we are in the process now of finalizing this NISET master plan. We've consulted, we've taken it to Cabinet, and Cabinet said, go and consult one last time. Right now, we are busy with this process at NEDLEC, where we are saying we need to have one master plan that talks to small businesses. There's quite a number of policies, number of regulations across government, but there is no master plan that talks to how we should, as government, together with the private sector, we can address issues that are affecting small businesses. Some of the impacts, we're talking to the move small business, more small enterprises productively contributing to GDP, significant increase in the formal employment by SMMEs. These are the things that we intend to achieve with this NISET master plan. One of the critical interventions that we are busy with currently, there has been this disconnect between SEDA, which provide non-financial support, and SEFA, which provide financial support. As a person will go to SEDA, ask them to assist them with a business plan, and then take the same business plan to SEFA, and SEFA say, no, this business plan is not viable. So government took a decision, Cabinet took a decision that you must combine these two entities, make sure that there is that link between non-financial support and financial support. So we are in that process. Cabinet has given us until the 1st of December to make sure that we have one entity by then. This is just a continuation in terms of the issues that we are trying to address. This is a breakdown in terms of the pillars of the NISET master plan that we are busy with. One of the issues that we identified was the information asymmetry, that there is a challenge in South Africa, that everyone, they come up with their own figures. Others, for example, they will tell you, no, there are 3 million SMEs in South Africa, others 2.6 million, others they will tell you it's 1.9 million. So it's a challenge, that thing. How do you develop policies if you don't know the actual number of SMEs, in which sectors they are involved in, how far are they in terms of development, what are their needs? So we are addressing these things through the pillar one of the NISET master plan, making sure that we improve the definition, because there is a challenge when it comes to BE, for example. They use different definition. You go to Department of Labor, they use a different definition. You go to SARS, they use a different definition. So it's a challenge that we are addressing through this master plan. Make sure that we publish, yearly trends, impact, and future consideration. What we want to see is that we need to have this regular research around SMMEs. It cannot be that research or still focuses on big businesses. So that's one of the areas that we are trying to address, so that we are able to come up with proper policies. Then the second one is the policy uncertainty. I think this is one of the biggest issues that affect all SMMEs. They've raised this with us. They've been raising it with government, and I think the president has even appointed someone in the presidency to drive red tape issues, because there has been these challenges. There is no policy coordination across government. There's no policy coordination even with the private sector, because we cannot do everything on our own as government. We want to work closely with the private sector to make sure that we are able to transform the economy. Reform laws and regulation to make SME grow faster. One of the key issues that has been given to us, the key task, is to ensure that we assess all policies and regulations that are hindering the growth of SMMEs. And we're going to take that report to Cabinet and say, Cabinet, these are the issues that have been raised by this research. We need to change these policies, because it becomes a challenge for us as a department when we are driving these matters alone, because other government, they will tell you, no, these are the rules, people have to abide by this. So if we take it to Cabinet, Cabinet can take decisions that we must change that, so that we make the lives of SMMEs easier. So reducing red tape. We're also in the process of establishing this SMME ombud. We are finalizing the legislation, which must go to Parliament soon, so that we have this alternative dispute resolution mechanism. Because one of the issues that has been raised by SMMEs is that even government and big businesses, they will change contract terms midway through the contract, because they know that you don't have resources to fight back and make sure that they stick to the contract terms. They don't pay SMEs on time. Even government departments, they don't pay SMEs on time. So we establishing this ombud so that you can have this alternative dispute resolution mechanism and hold us as accounting officers accountable for not paying SMMEs on time. And then the next pillar, pillar 4, development service delivery shortfall. We have been accused of creating institutions after institutions most of the time as government. We don't address the issues that are affecting small businesses. You'll see that at national level, there are agencies, at provincial level, there are agencies, even at municipal level, there are agencies. They are all trying to address the same issues. So we need to align this financial and non-financial support and make sure that we create this single agency. So we've started with that process. It's not easy, but we are going to deliver because Cabinet gave us 31st of December 2023 to make sure that we have one single entity. So we are working on that and making sure that at least there is one single entity that delivers both financial and non-financial support. And then we're also pushing using the district development model to make sure that we spread these services so that they are accessible, because most of the time you find that the institutions that support SMEs are only based in urban areas where it's difficult for people who are in rural areas to access this. So we're working closely with municipalities here, making sure that there are co-location points that are established. We utilize the infrastructure that is owned by municipalities to set up these services. Also, our SME support plan, where we are keeping or having targets for specific regions, because it becomes easy if for example, you come to Durban, you want to get SMEs who need financial support. It's easy to get SMEs here. But if you go outside of Durban, you go to Ngwavuma, when we end up not supporting those SMEs. So we are putting those targets that in a particular district, you must have so many SMEs. It should not be just an achievement that you supported 100 SMEs. It should be specific that from this particular region, these are the SMEs that were supported. So those are some of the issues that we are trying to address. I'm trying to be as quick as possible. This is one of the issues. I think it was displayed by the previous session, this mistrust between business and government, which is something that we are aware of, and we are confronting it head on, because we believe that there needs to be that trust between government and the business sector. Also, we are pushing as a department to make sure that the voice of SMEs are elevated. So within government, we advocate, for the setting aside of certain products for SMEs, working closely with the private sector because we don't have the resources, but also the coordination of support, public-private sector partnerships. These are some of the things that we are saying. We need to have these partnerships. We need to have all these stakeholders assisting us. So here we're just listing things that has to be done by the private sector to assist us to support SMMEs accordingly. I try to be very quick, Nomso, but just to indicate one thing that I think one has to respond to as one of the accounting officers in government, just to defend them a little bit. There has been a realization from National Treasury side in particular that sometimes the laws that we put are not assisting us to drive transformation. We become risk averse because once you make a mistake, you try to implement something, you try to be innovative, you try to be entrepreneurial, your AG comes and say, this is irregular expenditure. So there is a process that has been started. The acting DG of the Department of Finance has indicated, I'll just read what he said. He said, the service managers are so risk averse in the performance of their function that they are too scared to make decisions. He said Treasury was looking at ways to allow managers to manage while making them more accountable. He stressed that there should not be a conflation between corruption and the transgression of regulations. There was a need to focus on irregular expenditure, which amounted to corruption. There has been a real confusion, maybe over the last 10 years or so, where we are conflating corruption and what is rule transgressions. You can transgress a rule and there has been no corruption at all. Nobody has made money. So these are the issues, colleagues, that while we are trying to push the transformation agenda, we always have to be careful in terms of how we make decisions, because what you see, you will see an article that another corrupt government official has been fired. Whereas when you were trying to drive this economic transformation that we are trying to drive. Just to make one point as well, what we've realized is that the support that we are providing as a Department of Small Business Development together with our entities, SIDA and CIFA, is not enough. For example, if I give you statistics that since between 2018-19 to the 31st of December 2021, SIDA dispersed 5.6 billion. But you'll always find people who say this institution is not working because the money is not enough. That's why we push, for these partnerships. But Nomso, without wasting a lot of time, we still want to have a proper discussion, especially with the SMEs from the ICT sector, so that we are able to understand from their side, because most of the time we don't focusing on those SMEs that are producing the actual products, the tangible products. I thank you very much. Thank you for giving me your time, even though it's late in the day. Thank you.
Thank you, my leader. Appreciate that. No, you may, because I'm about to close. It's one of the DJs that I know that work very well. Ladies and gentlemen, I think for now we are going to take two things from this presentation. We've had the inputs from the lobby groups, and I've taken a task to actually take the idea of having the industry transformation unit, and I think I will communicate that. Oh yes, Dr. Voma is there. I'll communicate that with the deputy chair of the CETA board, and also be a link also to the DG of the Department of Small Businesses. And most importantly, I think the outcomes of these discussions will really enable what my colleague from the Department of Economic Development in Gauteng, some of these difficult conversations as well as implementation plans, so that we are able to say in the next GovTech, and I really task CETA on this. In the next GovTech, what we discussed today, this has been the improvement that we can boast about, that it has done for the SMME ecosystem. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to really thank you for your patience, your time, and sticking by and being part of really an audience over these discussions. And I know you'll be looking for accountability over what has been discussed. And I stand to really task myself to ensure that there is a link between the lobby groups as well as the department. And I want to thank you once again for taking time, and you must have a very good evening. Thank you so much.
A South African-developed, cloud-based e-learning platform. DigiLimbs enables blended learning while digitizing all important administrative processes, from applications to graduation, with powerful enterprise-scale dashboarding and reporting, which enables standardization, compliance management, monitoring and evaluation, and impact measurement. DigiLimbs provides digital capability in support of post-school education and training in alignment with the National Skills Development Strategy for both academic and skills development programs. DigiLimbs is designed to support accredited training providers, skills authorities, TVET colleges, CET centers,
Oh, wait a second.
and government
So
departments.
Caster Siminya is here,
plan,
and she's going to
train,
motivate
learn,
us.
collaborate,
So
grow.
that slipped
Anyone,
my mind.
anywhere,
Please don't go.
anytime, anyhow.
The main plenary room. Please, let's go here. Perhaps maybe you'll be motivated to run the Comrades Marathon next year.
A South African-developed, cloud-based e-learning platform. DigiLimbs enables blended learning while digitizing all important administrative processes, from applications to graduation, with powerful enterprise-scale dashboarding and reporting, which enables standardization, compliance management, monitoring and evaluation, and impact measurement. DigiLimbs provides digital capability in support of post-school education and training in alignment with the National Skills Development Strategy for both academic and skills development programs. DigiLimbs is designed to support accredited training providers, skills authorities, TVET colleges, CET centers, and government departments. DigiLimbs. Plan, coordinate, train, learn, collaborate, grow. Anyone, anywhere, anytime, anyhow.
Digitization and digitalization, evolving government services. Connectivity changes lives.
Innovation has now become the drive, transforming industries and globalization, creating new economic opportunities and new intellectual property, creating an inclusive and functional society, integrating seamless public data platforms, enabling single view of citizens' transition from cradle to grave. Imagine doctors with the power to convert mountains of data into life-saving breakthroughs and identifying new ways to bring cures to the market faster. Autonomous vehicles will now give us the peace and freedom to reimagine safer streets, and through drone technologies, companies will now be able to deliver packages and hospitals will now be able to send out medical supplies to rural and remote areas. Teachers will be able to analyze daily performance patterns of individual students, identifying their strengths and weaknesses. Agriculture will now have precision-based AI systems for monitoring crop yield with the help of automated sensors. Government can now discover new solutions for problems faced by their citizens, and now decision makers will be able to make informed decisions in the implementation of policies.
Please join us for GovTech 2022, hosted by the State Information Technology Agency at the Durban Exhibition Center, South Africa, from the 13th to the 15th of September 2022. Register today at www.govtech.gov.za. See you there.